Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
One of the things to consider when we speak about going to space is what do we define the space as? And what do we see or what we consider as a space? We take a space in our physical body on this planet, and at the same time, within the structure of our physical body, there is another dimension of life which we call the soul of the man. And even though it lives within the space dimensions of the body of the man, has its own life and has its own line of communication. And what we define space, going to space, we already know the inner sanctum or the creator of our physicality travels the depth of the universe, has been the space travel all the time, has a line of communication with other parts of us, be it through dream we call it, or through subconscious, some people they call it, or we have the choice that physically move the physicality with its soul. In a way, we have a bird caged in the physicality of the body of man, and that bird is called the soul of the man. We can open that cage and let it loose at the point of death. When the operation of this cage rots away, and it cannot hold together, and this beautiful bird becomes free. Still, it takes life in the universal dimension, because it has a life. It exists on its own. Or we can carry the cage in a box and take it anywhere. I can take a bird cage in the car, I can take a bird cage in my hand and walk around the park. It doesn't change the entity and existence of that bird. It's still a bird, still sings, still communicates with other birds in the park. And this is how our soul is. So we give option. Those who understand the process of the creation can take that cage, that bird, out of the cage and free it, because we trusted it come back in. It's very much when you have a parrot at home, you open the door, you let him fly around the house, and he comes back again and he goes in the cage. Because you trust it. It knows that's where it belongs to. And this is the process that we have made an option to man. The soul of the man is that bird, but is encaged in physicality of body of man. And for the first time, man knows, man can see that it's him who hasn't trusted the bird to be freed. And it has come the time that he does not need to see the cage to break up, to rust, that the bird can fly out, or by accident open the cage's door is open and the bird flies out. That accident is when we die on the street. The bird cage opens up. That bird still gets freed. But now we are teaching how the man has control over this door of the cage. And he trusts that the soul will come back to the body. Or the bird will stay, that it can create that atmosphere of the home, the cage. This is the problem we have, and this is what we call it different ways of traveling. But to be able to free that bird without accident, or when the cage cracks, rust, and we call it death, we are teaching how to be able to control, to trust that that bird, when we release it, can come home, or can make a home that we can go to. When my children were young, 4 or 5 years old, they wanted a bird, a cockatoo. I bought them a cockatoo. And this bird in the cage was very young, few weeks old when we got him. And we used to let it free in the house. He knew he goes back in and he sleeps there and he lays egg there. And it came to the point, because of the diseases carried, we had to, the doctors told us, this bird cannot stay in the house because it's causing problem in the house, health problems. So we decided that we love the bird. We didn't want to let it go, it was part of us. So we decided If you let it free, it will die because he didn't know how to look after himself because he was hand-fed. We decided we'd take him to a sanctuary and we give it to a sanctuary to be kept. We carry the cage across a park, and as we were walking to go to the sanctuary in the park to be given to them, an old lady saw us. She says, "Oh, what a beautiful bird." We said, "We have a problem. We love him, but if you leave him here, we don't know if you see him." She says, "I'll look after it. Give it to me. You can come and see it anytime you like." And it was just like a gift. So we got the old lady in the car. We went to her house. We put the cage there. We showed them how to look after the bird, and the bird was free again in the room. And every now and then, children said, "Papa, can we go and see him?" So we called the lady. We go and see him, and the bird is there. And it was a new home. It was our home. And this is how the soul of the man should be: is trusting that where he goes, he can make a home for us. So in this process, we are teaching different ways of freeing the bird or carrying the cage. The bird is still there. If you want to carry a cage and go somewhere, you get in the car. That's your spaceship. Still the cage is there and the bird inside. The cage is the body of the man and the bird is the soul of the man. Because we haven't trusted that we get the bird back, we carry the cage in the spaceship. Or there is another line of teaching, which is the understanding the structure of the cage, that you can make the cage not to rot, that then it frees the bird, but it can open up and you can carry the bird is free, you don't need to fuel it, you don't need to do anything, it travels the space of the room, the space of the garden, the space of the city, and it comes back home again. In a way, when we teach about the soul of the man, is in getting the man to trust himself. And to trust himself, he has to become detached. He has to come detached from physicality, detached from the wealth, detached from everything else. That the wealth is within me, not belonging to me. And this is where every man makes a mistake. In many of the teachings I have referred, if you understand that you can put the soul of the man to act with the soul of physicality of the man, you can make anything you like. The soul of the man is the sun, and the soul of physicality in the palm of the hand of the man is the earth. You move it in the direction, you create water, you create food, but you don't need to have it. It creates the energy that the physicality of the man can absorb. We give the earth in the hand, in the palm of the man. He creates what he needs, he takes what he needs from it. Then, if you understand this, you allow the soul of the man to carry the soul of the physicality of the man with it, and whenever it comes, it makes that hand, that palm, 1,000 meter, 1 meter, in a cage of physicality or in a cage of non-dimension. So it's not methods of flight, it's the method of man understanding his own potential, his own grace. So because we have so many people who are so physically attached, we teach about the spaceship for years. This is what it was. They still wanted to see they can get into something. But as I said, I teach for the universe, not for the man. What we teach in the dimension of soul of the man, many travelers of the universe which hear the soul of me are educated, they understand what they missed. But as this is the last time we bring a messenger on earth, we teach everything for mankind to carry. All the rules are in the book. There shall be no more messages. is for man scientifically, and then through the understanding of the soul of the man, what we call theology, ethics. Ethics of using the science in a way that does not harm no one, but it implies and applies the survival of the others. I was talking about this a few days ago, that there is a paper written by me, the station of the scientist as a prophet. The prophets we call Muhammad, Christ, or anybody, are for the soul of the man, conduct of the behavior. Scientists like beautiful Tesla and others are to elevate the same, but the physicality of the man. This time we have put the two together in one go, then there is no difference. We teach the ethics, the soul conduct, and physicality. It's for the man to understand where the two merge and when it's needed to be done. The totality which counts, not the individuality. What you can serve counts, not what serves you. So in this way, if you are physical, we have given you the spaceship, all these reactors. If you have moved in the dimension of understanding part of it, you have the dynamic system, you get some energies, you put a glass of water, you mix the energy and something else together, you're still the camel bird. You put the orange, take the energy, but you still want that the physicality that you're doing something with it, you drink the water. And for the soul of those who understand the totality, then they don't need the cage, they're the free bird. And this is the essence of all the teaching. It's not different ways of flight, is understanding the existence of the universe. Then if you travel with a spaceship, who do you see? The citizens of the universe in a physical dimension. If you travel with the soul that you can create the physicality, you take that out of the equation. You travel, but you know you have connection with everybody. It's very much, as I said once, it's like you get out of London and you go to New York. You're there on your own, but you still pick your phone and speak to the family in London. It's not finished. Now, the soul of the man, giving the man the same opportunity. We teach for the time to come. And we teach from now till that time to come. And that time comes, is not anymore the end of the world, something will happen. It's the maturity of the one's understanding of his own creation.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 320th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, March 19th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond. I'll be your host today, along with Flint Mulhausen. And as usual, we're joined with Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And I'm sure he has lots to present and discuss today. So without further ado, hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you ready to go?
Yes, good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers. It's interesting what we've seen since last week teaching, and it has opened a lot of people's eyes into what and how they can save their lives. And in so many ways, we have learned a very big structural difference. We were aware of it in China, but now we have seen it in Iran, which is shocking, is that they tell us why people, common people don't know, and we cannot get so deep with people. We had this, people from the Chinese team can tell us that the leadership in CPC called the other Keshe Foundation people who were or making the gas waters, can you give us some of that water please, to protect themselves. And strange enough, in Iranian teaching on Monday, I heard the same thing. It was deja vu, where a man at the highest level in the Iranian government who is not and can put the technology through to be applied. We've been negotiating with him for nearly 3 weeks or more, and he's a heart surgeon, highly positioned. He calls and he says, can you bring the water for me privately to my house? I need it. And this puts me in a very uncomfortable position of literally, we give to the nation, to the leaders to speak, to protect the nation, but they want it only for themselves or whatever reasons they have. Even though the water was given to this gentleman, heart surgeon, to protect himself, he would not want it for his nation. And this, I explained to the Iranians. I gave them an ultimatum, that the ultimatum runs out today. That I carried the Iranian passport for 45 years, since I left Iran. If the Iranian nation does not respond the way and let the most of the nation to be helped, I will move my passport from Iranian national citizen. Because they are using it, the Iranian Keshe Foundation support team, in one support team, there's 17,000 people. And these are people who help many, many others, and they come and go and learn. At any time, we see at least 1,000-2,000 people, at least online. At the moment, there's 1,367 people online. And they're helping each other. But the officials is good for them, but not for their nation. In so many ways, it's the same, indicates world needs a new leadership. World needs new government, that these people do not govern to their own satisfaction and their own structure to fulfill their position. We'll wait till the completion of the time, and then we'll tell you what is the next step for the Keshe Foundation. People in Italy are suffering as much as in Germany, in Austria, in England, and are dying everywhere. We targeted China to go through China internationally. We saw President Xi of China getting the environment cleaned up for himself to go to Wuhan city to show he is there, is overcome. Still, you see it with masks, meters distance. They have to open the cities because people are no money, literally. And the only thing which we know the Chinese have not discussed with the rest of the world is that the virus has mutated. And strange enough, Chinese have released a document to show that they have found calcification in the spinal cord, upper spinal cord, and the brain, which showed that the what we call virus has mutated from lung to brain. To this effect, we will soon see new mutations, which in the Keshe Foundation we've seen, and with the openness we have access to people who get infected in Iran, we see new mutations. We see pain in the kidneys and solidification or tightness of the stomach. It's like you have eaten the wrong food, but the pressure stays constantly. This is the third strand of the virus. We see the stomach pain. Again, tightness of the stomach, the intestine area, not the stomach itself, but the frontal part with the pain in the back. We've seen a new version of it, especially in the Iranian women. We don't have access to the Chinese. But what we see is that like a menstruation pain in the ovaries and in the womb. But you don't have a menstruation. We have seen one case now with men with a prostate pain or pain in testicles. This is the version 4. We have an extension to this. We have seen in one woman bone pain, especially starting from the smaller toe. All these were told, and the Iranian officials were informed of in the special group set up between the Keshe Foundation, the Sepah medical team for Corona, and the Ministry of Health Corona team. They have taken no action. So we have seen now more or less 5 variations of the virus. The strangest thing is we do not see that many lung infections as it was originally. With the new 4 strands, we don't see any fever. We don't see any fever at all. And when we advise the people to take the new, what we call protocol, then when the pain in the stomach and the kidneys and the ovaries and whatever reduces, we see the infection. That's what we call temperature and the pain, which goes with it. And then as they carry on, 24 hours, 48 hours later, when the fever goes, the tightness of the stomach goes, there's no pain in the kidney. In those who are affected by the kidney, we see a very dark urine or very white urine. The white has been seen in one case, which means the body is releasing a lot of calcium, which is part of this disease, calcification. On the other hand, we see a massive structure in and around the what we call the knee, a general weakness. If you remember, most of the people who reported the initial stages of lung disease of this virus always spoke about general tiredness and pain in arms and legs. This showed to us at that time that the virus has moved into, but we had to see how it moves. Now we have a confirmation of it. It has moved into bloodstream. It'll be interesting to see why suddenly the Chinese and the Iranians chose the path of keeping numbers down. Because in China, mutation was so fast that everybody dies from hemorrhaging, heart attack, brain stroke, without a fever, but in fact, they carry the virus. The Chinese government only puts official figures on those who they decide to call have died the virus of the lung infection. This is an old story. We've seen the same in Iran. So, in fact, we estimate the death toll in China over 10 million, and we're increasing it to 20 million. By opening the cities, now we see no sign of death, but the death piles up due to changes in the virus. The virus does not infect, the virus takes over, sapping energy. We put the estimated death in Tehran and in Iran in general, around about 200,000. This is considering that most of these cities have brought in freezer containers to contain the body of dead. There's not enough people, even some places refuse to go to funerals because at the funeral is where there is a big problem. We've seen it in Iran. When you're sick, who is with you? Your loved ones, your husband, your wife, your children. And then who do you see to say condolences at the funeral? The same person who looked after the sick person. Now, not only the sick person has died, the family carries it. Now everybody who goes for condolences picks it up, handshake of death. In one case, we have seen 52 people, and a large number have died, mainly of kidney and liver and other failures. In general, in the next few days, I will release a paper on whole understanding of the corona. I started the first of it last night about 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. And hopefully, as we're all getting pinned down, we can't go anywhere. It's a good time for me as much as be able to write. And in that process, you have to understand a number of new approaches. First of all, when you spray from head to toe, at least twice a day. Breathing, you can wet a cloth or use a pipe, as we call shisha, and breathe, or put a cloth with a gas on it and put it in front of your nose and mouth and breathe deep. In drinking, you have to increase the drinking to about half a liter to a liter a day, because now you have to go through the intestine. You have to give support. In the cases of emergency, we know a number of people who are in that position, from the diaphragm below the lung to the toe. Only in the case of emergency, from the diaphragm of below the lung to the toe. And by advice of the physicians, we advise the use of CuO plus salt plus amino acid to be mixed in a big container. Let's say if you have 20-30 ml of gas in a Coca-Cola bottle of, let's say, 300 ml, you shake it well, and you put a plastic, whatever, space cap between the gas and your skin, and you spray and you put on the skin, on the kidneys if it's painful, on the liver, on the uterus, on everywhere which you have, on your toes and your knees, that the gas does not touch the body, but there is a film separation. And then, or you make a patch of the CuO with salt and amino acid, and you put it covering front and back. These are very easy to make. You just make it, wet it with a tissue, put it in a plastic bag and apply it. The easiest way for you to stay immune from catching it is to spray continuously for next 3 to 6 months, at least once a day. Drink at least 200 ml. These are the ones who you're trying to prevent. We have seen even some of the knowledge seekers who thought it's a joke and they were going to make it, they had a spray every now and then, have picked the virus. There is one good thing we can report. Up to today, in the past 2 months, from January, February, now we are in the middle of the March, we have no losses on the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers or the people who we have supported. We have not lost a single soul. We have no report of, so the ones who followed the protocol exactly and looked after themselves the way it was done. It's important for you because it's your life. This is what I told you all the time. You're the last man standing. You are responsible to guide and take and direct and allow your soul to mature to its maturity, and you're the last man standing protecting that soul. Then you're responsible for the souls of your children and your family and their friends. As I advise, try not to make one cup. Try to make many cups. In 48 hours is the Iranian New Year, and shamedly, the Iranian government officials are sitting by and dying one by one, but they do not release the technology to the nationals, and people are coming to the foundation asking for help. The Iranian, what we call support team, is stretched to the limit. This has to become the job of the governments, and we can carry on. The knowledge seekers are working hard in Iran, as they did in China. In China, they stole the technology by the order of the government and CPC, but the stealing, it was a gift. Unfortunately, is the habit of a nation. We cannot change it. They are habitually thief. Even they stole a gift. But in Iran, we see the Iranians taking the flag and working closely. We see a lot of pain in Italy, but it's what did happen to Italy was the way it was set up. Those who led the destruction of the Keshe Foundation factory in Italy, their souls have to pay for the losses in Italy. We should have been there and supported the nation. Maybe this is what has to come. The Keshe Foundation Italy supporters, we have set up the line for you. Get back together and save your nation. Your losses will become more than China. We see what's happening. The knowledge seekers in Germany and Austria, you have been given a free to run and support your nation. Your chancellor talks about 60 million contamination. It's the responsibility of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers to spread the teaching and to show how people to save their lives. In France, you will suffer heavy if you do not listen, because it's the only way you can protect yourselves. You have to understand that the totality of the teaching is for every nation. We can see United States to be hit very hard. But the problem in the United States is there are too many guns. Shops are empty, and there is not enough stock. They can stock as much as the supply is coming. But we see the problem is that the shopkeepers and the supermarket attendants value their lives too. We will see the collapse of the economy in a very rapid way. And in so many ways, We see the same thing in Brazil. There is one good thing. Those who come to hurt you, to destroy you, and say this is this with that Keshe Foundation and the rest, do not worry. It's them who'll come back the fastest themselves. We have a case in Brazil that I'm going to stop everything. We had a case in Iran. The gentleman calls, as I said before in one of the chats, and every swear word in the vocabulary of Iranian language, in the Persian language, was given to the, what we call the support team. A few hours later, he calls, begging for life of her mother, his mother. You got to understand, in so many ways, those who went against us, they supported us to become wiser and deeper in supporting the whole world. We see the same thing in all over the world. Now Africa is infected. 3, 4 o'clock this morning, I was talking to an ambassador from Africa. He says, Mehran, we have nothing, we can't even report, we don't know who's dying of what anymore. He said, officially, we reported 1 yesterday, but officially, the whole city is done. He said, I called you to see how we can help Africa. He's an old friend. We see the same thing running in South America, in Africa. And in so many ways, we have, with the help of our, what we call webmasters and the rest, something came up and we saw, and then we ran a security check on it, which was not very clear. And we found out there is something strange. The man who released the vaccine, what we call the virus in China, the same man owns a vaccine company in England. Computers were not so profitable. The man agreed to become again the richest man in the world, as he lost his position, because now he started a micro, he's gone to micro in viruses to become richer, to beat somebody else. Greed of the wealth has blinded the man of stupidity and his wife. So now we understand why there was a resignation of France, as a big wealth company has been set up to sell vaccines for the one you infected. You rob a man from his wealth, and then you lend him the money with his own money. We will see what will come out of it, but now you understand. We wanted him, he understood, but we understand more into it, that he's actually trying to become richer by supplying the vaccines which he released the virus for through a British company. Very interesting. He advises all nations for vaccines and gives them donation to buy more of it from his own company. In so many ways, what is in fact has to be told to the world leaders and the governments is that the virus has 5 strands, and this vaccine only works on one of them. And the stupidity of man will take some time to find out, because these are of different strands and the vaccine does not work on all 5. One of the things which we could not understand, because the Chinese blocked a lot of information, maybe they didn't even understand themselves, is that people will drop dead instantaneously. These are the ones who have received calcification within the cell of the blood. You got to understand, blood vessels run around the lung to take oxygen to the heart. And every cell in your body, every single cell in your body has a calcium in the center. And as the lung itself is calcifying, it carries the energy to calcify the blood cells within, which pass. And then you understand how this is taking shape. Now it has entered the circulation. And if enough cells are calcified, then the calcification in the blood becomes like a blood clot and like a bullet loose. This is why the Chinese never reported the people who died. They didn't show any sign of virus in the lung. This is how they played with the figures. We have warned the Iranian authorities this game cannot be played. One of the main objectives and one of the main work of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers has to be to keep an eye on the healthcare doctors, nurses on the front line. They are your priority. To educate these scientists takes a long, long time. To bring this level of wealth of knowledge takes even longer. You've got to understand, we have to, as a whole, to understand one fact. We are all in it. And these doctors on the front line are the only ones who are saving our lives. And in so many ways is the responsibility of what we call us to protect them, that we can guarantee and we can stay alive. In so many ways, the pain is too much. In so many ways, we have to understand, saving of our doctors and frontline is the responsibility of every single one of us, because there are those who protect our children and us in the time of need. I posted across all the channels of the Keshe Foundation help and knowledge seekers and groups for a list of the doctors only we have lost, the ones we know, in the past 4 weeks in Iran. The numbers is many, many times more. Many, many times more. Rick, I have sent you a video, and this is to so many ways for you as a knowledge seekers worldwide to see what we lost in 4 weeks in Iran alone, all doctors and nurses. None of these educated people are with us. And the less of these we have, the more become at risk after the event, as their expertise have gone. These are the assets of every nation. We hear in Germany, doctors are hit worse than Iran. Rick, have you received the link?
It's still downloading, just be a minute.
Would you play it when it arrives? And then we understand. In every country, you're responsible. The losses are heavy. And the front line is paying for it worse. And in so many ways, it does not matter they refuse. It's your job to inform. And strange enough, around about 1, 2 o'clock this morning, we received a message from a lady, and she categorically says she's a surgeon, she's a doctor, and her husband is a cancer surgeon and a blood specialist, and he's dying. and there is no cure. Can the foundation help? And we got in touch. They received the initial support. Today they'll be supported further. And strange enough, last night he was lying dead. This morning, the wife, the doctor sent me a picture. He's sitting up, he's using nebulizer. And this is one of the major Prana hospitals in Iran. Please play. These are all the faces, doctors we have lost.
یه پاییز زرد و زمستون سرد و یه زندون تنگ و یه زخم قشنگ و غم جمعه عصر و غریبی حسر و یه دنیا سؤال و تو سینم گذاشتی جهانی دروغ و یه دنیا غروب و یه درد عمیق و یه تیزی تیغ و یه قلب مریض و یه آه غلیظ و یه دنیا محال و تو سینم گذاشتی. رفیقم کجایی؟ دقیقاً کجایی؟ کجایی تو بی من؟ تو بی من کجایی؟ رفیقم کجایی؟ دقیقاً کجایی؟ کجایی تو بی من؟ تو بی من کجایی؟ کجایی عزیزم؟ بیا تا چشام تو چشمات بریزم. نگو دل بریدی خدایی نکرده، ببین خواب چشمات با چشمام چی کرده. همه جا رو گشتم کجایی عزیزم؟ بیا تا رگامو تو خونت بریزم. بیا رو تو رو کن منو زیر و رو کن. بیا زخمامو یه جوری رفو کن. عزیزم کجایی؟ دقیقاً کجایی؟ کجایی تو بی من؟ تو بی من کجایی؟ عزیزم کجایی؟ دقیقاً کجایی؟ کجایی تو بی من؟ تو بی من کجایی؟
I think that's the end of what I have, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much. The screen is in half. I would like to, for all of us to understand, as many say, this is fake, this is made up. This is the reality we face in Iran. And the strangest thing is, these doctors, as you've seen, In one of the papers, the young doctor, the lady writes, more or less, this is the last prescription she writes before she dies, and she stamps it with her stamp. And she says goodbye. Germany, Italy are paying worse. And in so many ways, you see the cat in the arm of the lady. The land of Iran is the shape of a cat sitting down. We love that cat. Behold it precious. Soon this cat will become a boot, and soon this cat will become the whole of the states across this planet. I do not agree with the Chinese government opening the country, because now they will not report the true figures of that. And the virus will kill relentlessly in China. We do not see any more long infection, wide calcification. We see calcification of kidneys, stomach, wombs, and the rest. For the ladies, please consult with the Keshe Foundation doctors in Iran. They've given a specific protocol for womb and ovaries corona infection. The reality is we are losing many. And the reality is, how many do we have to lose till people start governing without governments? According to what we hear, a trip to India is about to kill many of the world leaders, as the bribe was too lucrative not to make the trip. But the trip has paid back, with many of the world leaders going to the United States getting infected by the leader, who the greed of money has brought him to that position of many families. In so many ways, that what we call United States most probably will go through a turmoil of many, many deaths, not just by virus, but by killing each other for hunger, for food, and for everything else. In the West and in the East, we do not understand the animal behavior of the Americans, where they carry a gun and all have one at home. In the East and in Europe, we shout and howl. These people go out, they kill more each other soon than the virus. There is a number of big problems that, as I said, we will see in one of my talks very soon, the end of the arm manufacturing, because as we said, the arms, not the only wars are finished. The nations do not have money to spend on arms, and they are fighting another enemy which they cannot see. You will see the collapse of the American economy, and especially the state of Belgium, as no arms can be sold. The other nations have to be prepared to carry this too, as they will not be able to sustain life. In so many ways, there is no shipping, there will be no flight, or we all go out, we all have it, we'll see who drops dead. If it becomes so common, then it'll become an open state, not a closed state. And whoever dies, dies. There's a very clear understanding that when you go through the process with the Keshe Foundation technology, with spraying and helping and supporting yourself. If you're recovering, it'll take you 3-4 weeks to fully recover because the virus has damaged many cells. So you will feel weak and not much strength, but this is part of the recovery the body has to recover itself from. One of the easiest way to understand is, do not be afraid that I might catch it. It's traveled so many places that it's around us and within us. We have to learn to live with this. We have no other option. In time, when everything settles, Keshe Foundation will file for genocide for Mr. Gate. We'll explain to you more. The way we got Sterling, we'll get Gate too. We are gathering knowledge and information, and we do not talk till we deliver. But at the same time, this virus is what we call double-edged sword. It's killing many of us. We're learning how to handle it. But as we open the space to man in the universal community, many of us will come back with viruses. And this corona will be a child's play, as I said before. So in a way, worldwide, we are learning how to live with virus and how to overcome it. And as I said, it will be all in one go. In so many ways, when we open the space in the coming months, then we understand there is not a talk and it's not a joke. A lady in one of the cities near Tehran, she wrote a very funny thing and she thought this was funny, but we found out she quoted herself. She wrote, "I'm walking around the city, I don't see any dead bodies. And in my house, there are no sick people. And in my family, there are no sick people. And in my work, there are no sick people. These are all made up." Then she got made up. This is a reality we have to understand. It'll become part of us. We've seen it in the digestion system to go through food chain. Meat, vegetables, because they carry the protein. And if you consume so much of it, the energy that release in the stomach will calcify the stomach, and it feels like your stomach going solid. Wash, spray everything you bring. Spray your fridge on regular basis. Don't think it's safe. It's the place where they grow rapidly. Just open the fridge, spray the freezer, spray the fridge, spray the cooling boxes you have. Just 2 or 3 sprays. If corona can survive as energy, so is the guts. Understand, put a spray in front of the door when you open, you greet people. Just spray them, then you sit and talk your peace of mind with love and care. Spray in the lips, spray your car, spray your office furniture, spray in every shape or form. Try to spray, if you have, with the original cans when you take out with the salt. Because you see a mark of white on everything when you spray with salt. That is good, because the GAN's energy stays within that salt. And in a way, you create a different salt, different side of the room, field in a way that can handle the virus. The reality is, we do not know where it is. It's holding to summer, the winter, the cold and the heat of Africa. And South America. Is killing on both sides of the heat and the cold. The way this virus is connecting itself is through one way, and that is through what we understand the hydrogen channel. And it's connected in so many ways to every carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen of the amino acid. The problem with it is so big that it'll take mankind decades to fully analyze what happened in 2020. Many books, many papers, many conspiracy theories, and many realities will be unraveled. But the reality is, as I said to my son, you know something, you hear about the Second World War, you hear about the Black Plague in the history book. Now we are living that history. And in time, 2020 history will be written about the corona. But this time, we are part of that history. Learn, understand, and try to comprehend what has done and what is in here for me to learn from. The true point with this is Chinese could hold. The West will not hold. Hunger will bring people out. We will see first blame the racism to get rid of the black, the white, the Indians, the British, and the Americans that are the cause of it, and then everything else, and then they start eating from inside each other. It's the responsibility of the Keshe Foundation Universal Council members to start operating to the capacity of what they've been administered to do by the soul. You soon will understand. In so many ways, we do not enter a condition that we don't know. We enter a condition that we exactly know what we have to do as members of the Universal Council and the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers. Do not make one cup, make as many cups, teach as many people. The biggest problem sits two ways. We are again weakened by this to reach 14 billion balance point to open the door into space. And on the other hand, we do not understand to what extent the losses will be. The biggest, one of the biggest problem with this virus is hitting educated travelers who are the backbones of nations. In a way, if you look at it, is the best way for those who plan to run this planet. Get rid of educated, active, and then you can run a bunch of peasants. This is the thinking behind Rothschild's and Gates group, that how they'll become the governors of the new world. But the problem is, Rothschilds, they never thought they'll come to UK, to what we call Europe. And their home has been hit so hard that many of them will lose because of the stupidity, the same as Gates. There's one point, we are all concerned with this, but we have to take the next step. We have to look beyond, and we have to look what is next step and be prepared for that as much as we are engaged with the present. If we concentrate fully on this corona business, now that we know the solution is there, we lose our aim and work. to take man into space and open the doors of space for all. If you are a knowledge seekers and you have followed the protocol and you teach at least 10 people a day or 10 people a week and tell them to teach another 10, you have served your purpose. It's for them to decide. And on the other hand, you have to start getting prepared for the next step of this journey of the man to space, because you understood the technology, you understood the process. You have to spend your time. You're sitting at home. None of you can leave home. You are doing nothing, absolutely nothing, because your government has locked you in, or your companies make you to stay home. Use this time to understand the space technology. Use this time to teach the others, and use this time to comprehend the total knowledge of the foundation. As I said to Caroline, we were planning to do this when we retire. Now they forced us to retirement, to lock in and nowhere to go. And she said, you know, we are working 24 hours a day. If retirement is this bad, let it be for a long time. We work day and night. The whole Keshe Foundation team, the whole of the Iranian team is amazing. Last night when I received a call, actually I was on the chat and I saw this doctor putting a note on, I'm a doctor, so I saw my husband is a doctor, he's dying. So I went to the Iranian team, which is about 4 o'clock in the morning in Tehran, and I thought somebody will be awake. And there was no answer on the main line. I went through one of the, what we call the main team group. And I said to him, I can't get hold of him. I can't get hold of her. I said, she's sitting right in front of me, we are working. And the case I was trying to handle, they were trying to get the supply to. And then I called about 3 o'clock, 2:33, after talking to the doctor for nearly an hour, trying to comfort her and show her what she has to do. I went back and they were still there 5 o'clock in the morning. The team does not rest. And this morning they're on the street trying to speak to the government, trying to get things done with everything possible. We got to understand that the situation is critical as one family. Those who sit in different languages try to send one member into the Iranian channel of the Keshe Foundation, one member per what we call language, and somehow try to copy, because I can't be everywhere and then I speak to the Iranians. I don't even write to the Iranians because my Farsi is by language. I haven't written for nearly 45 years, so I do not write as such. And try to get from the special Iranian channels all the instructions. There is one channel which is set up by the Iranian team, which is all my advisors, all the instructions, all the videos, and get somebody in your language to translate it. This is the only way we make the Iranian channel as the main channel. I will release that if there's anybody in the Keshe Foundation team, of any of you, appoint one person who can go to this channel and pick up on daily basis. We change the protocol, and then find an Iranian. We try to get somehow help with you to translate it into your languages, German, French, whatever. These are the latest, because in a way, I don't have time to keep on writing in different languages and putting translation on. And now we have some 25 different Corona teams in languages around the world. So we make this channel, I will release this channel on all the channels of the Corona teams. Pick it up and try to get an Iranian to translate it for you, because a lot of it is a voice recording. I cannot have time to do. A lot of it is a videos which show everything what to do. The Iranian team every day releases one protocol. Keep up with it, added or changed. We use this channel as a main channel of instruction worldwide because that's the only thing we can do. And we try to keep up with everything possible. Everything possible. I wish I could speak your languages, but with my soul I do. But your people still are humans and listen through the voice and writing. Make one person in each language, in each channel, to go to this website, which is just the update. There is no chat, you cannot put anything in. It's continuously updated by the emergency team of Iranian. And it's for the doctors and the people just to go in, the procedures, how to make things. What are the problems? What are the evolutions? What are the procedures? We continuously update it every minute to the last point. The Iranian team, if they are here, if they want to put that website up, it's not a website, it's a Telegram channel. We don't want people to keep on going in there, but we can add you or you can join in it and pick up and translate. One point is that we need to stay collectively calm and focused. And one point is the new way to handle it is very direct. Protocols according to change of the virus, changes that you have to follow, because it's very much what I said. The people who make the vaccination are stuck with the old and they take them long time to find out before they do and before make vaccine. The protocol has changed. Since we have seen the virus moving down, we have added a new protocol, and that is you make many cups. In one of the cups, you take the zinc out of the circulation and you put only nano coated material and the copper, and you produce a pure CuO. With this, you collect the amino acid on top all the time and you keep on washing it. And at the same time, keep some of the salt separately, salt water inside separately, with some of the gans of the copper. With a new evolution in the corona, you need a copper gans for two reasons. From lung down, everything is mainly muscles. Even your arms, there is not that much muscle above the what we call lung diaphragm, the top level. This part is mainly made of copper connection muscles. So it responds very rapidly to copper. Secondly, copper gans water with few drops of its salt in it is one of the best antibiotics you ever put your hands on. Is many times more effective in killing germs than actually any antibiotic we know. So we have evolved with this. The doctors, the medical team, I'm giving the specific advice on the Iranian channel that you can use again patches of copper with CO2 on these organs like liver and kidney, back and the front. There is no direct contact and you can withdraw it for womb, for ovaries, for muscles, leg muscles and foot. At the same time, you use a CuO direct, is gases water. The gases water for disinfection. Very powerful. But you have to allow some of the very minute amount of gans of copper to be in that mixture. because it will stay behind permanently to keep disinfected. The same as the salt spray. You can add the very small amount of CuO in the salt water where you wash, where you're cleaning the copper, and use as a disinfectant. This is one of the most powerful disinfectants we can recommend at this moment to be used. When you make the copper gans, when you're washing it, keep the salt and add very small amount of copper into it for disinfecting the room and the offices. Because now we are dealing with a different strength virus and we have to change the protocol. We have put a new protocol to the Iranian doctors, and this is exclusively and explicitly for the doctor's recommendation. As we've seen, many of you go with no signs when the virus is overcome in your kidneys, in your liver, or the brain, or the lung, through the second infection. At the present medical protocol, as I was discussing with Dr. Asadi of Iran this morning, he said, we don't understand. The protocol, international protocol says you do not use antibiotics with virus because it gives it more chance to grow rapidly. Yes, this is correct with the old protocol because they had no tools to, in a way, overcome the virus. Now with the GANS virus, we deplete the energy, and this leaves a massive amount of damaged cells behind that we have to wait to accumulate to become what we call fever. The protocol to the doctors for the patients from the Keshe Foundation from today is as follows. From the minute you have the confirmation, you prescribe to your patients the following. Use of the GANS of Cup of Life. Spraying every day, at least 3-4 times a day. This is for those who are infected, not for public. Do not do this. This is only for doctors, as we cannot reach you in any other way. Then they spray the body from abdomen down with GANS of CuO. Critical cases, CuO directly in the patch on the skin back and the front to overcome within 3 to 6 hours. Then you withdraw the patch and you go on a spray. The use of CuO plus a small amount of GANS of salt or the salt from the CuO patch direct to be administered at 50 ml for every half an hour at the critical point when the infection is confirmed or visible. This is used as antibiotic. If there is no antibiotic available from the beginning, when you see the signs, you administer antibiotics like amoxicillin from the time you start the process of the spraying the body, that the body goes through the reversal of the virus and the damaged cells together. This way you get a rapid result, and the extent of the weakness afterwards is much shorter because the two are handled together. The protocol, medical protocol, international, is do not use antibiotic during the crisis. This is correct. But the new technology, as I repeated again, we take the virus away, which is unknown to the present world of medicine. You administer antibiotic at the same time, or the use of the GANS CuO 50 ml per hour for the first 6 to 12 hours of discovery of the infection. And after that, you don't need to use any more what we call the patches, and you reduce the use of the CuO as an antibiotic to 50 ml 3 times a day for 7 days and stop. The new protocol has to be followed using the copper GANS salt water with small amount of copper to disinfect the environment to handle the new variation. You can add some of the cup of life water into this for disinfection. We have taken a new step with critical conditions in Iran, and that is we take a cup of life water, or we take a cup of life GANS, we add 20 to 30% copper GANS directly into it. And we use that mixture both for spraying the body from diaphragm down, and in so many ways, and nothing else. This is the only time you use the mixture. The breathing has to carry on the same. Infected people, at least in the first 24 hours, 10 to 20 minutes every hour. And the drinking of the water for those who infected with new version of the virus has to go to half a liter every hour. At least 300 ml to half a liter every hour, that it cleans, it takes the energy and sorts out the problem with the kidney and intestine. We will update further next week as the variation changes. Do not forget, the toe is as much can be affected as the brain at this moment. But the toe will be through the bone marrow and the head will be through the brain. One through the strength of the physicality and one through the strength of the soul. Strangest thing is those who get, and we've seen one case and we saw exactly what it goes. When you get your toe infected in the brain, you can see the larger is trying to feed the smaller in the toe, and it covers the whole of the body. Some of you in the past asked us, how can we feed ourselves? I think you have the answer. By creating the condition on the toe and the same on the head, the soul of the man can feed the physicality in totality. This is the way you feed yourself in the time of emergency. We see shortage of food, we see rationing of food, and many people, as we saw in China, well, they came on the streets because their WeChat was full, they had no more money left. And at the same time, they had no food to eat. It was hunger to die or virus to die. They came on the streets of Wuhan city and they met the bullet. Chinese government has a lot to answer. In reality, what happened in the last 4 weeks in Wuhan city and other cities which they locked down, as many people chose the bullet to the hunger and the virus. It should not have been done this way. And the leaders of China bears the responsibility of this with their soul. In the West and in the rest of the world, remember the law of plasma. The weakest feeds and gets fed from the strongest by creating a condition of strongest through the soul, and then to the physical body of the weakest of the toe. The body will feed itself from the universal energy if you get it the right way. No one with this technology should die of hunger. This is the first time we release the knowledge of man to feed his physicality without food. And as it's a point of emergency, I promise you I will do that this week. You feel it, you taste the food, and many of you will choose to eat, but the body in essential will look after itself. Many of you will develop methods and ways to taste a pizza or a kebab or a hot pot. You will feel it, you will understand it, that what you think, what is in your soul, your body will be nourished with. Many people will die in the West, but no one should meet the bullet as the Chinese served on their nationals. I told you, when the leaders betray and steal, they deprive themselves of the knowledge, and they did. Many, many people will die in China, several tens of millions, because the new virus variation has not understood, and they put it out everything else. This is a specific protocol for women, as we explained to the doctors in Iran, that they prescribe for their patients. In the case, and only in the case, of detecting the pain in ovaries and in the womb. As you understand, the energy level of the coronavirus is as calcium level, which means it creates a condition of the salt of calcium strength, that it has led to calcification of the lung cells and the brain cells and kidneys. So in the case of the lung and the kidneys, we have used the air and the water as they pass through. The womb of a woman is the most precious part of the life of the mankind on this planet. And it has no entries and no exits except one channel. And when the cancer takes over, it looks for a seed. And when corona affects this part of the body and calcifies a cell, in the future it becomes the seed of the cancer. At the same time, if it calcifies on the inner skin of the womb, and the point of intercourse will become the sand on the skin and leads to further bleeding and all complications. Through and only with advice of the doctors, this is a recommendation for medical people, the womb has to be washed with a clean water, absolutely clean water from Ganser Cup of Life, that the body interacts and stops any calcification within the layers of the womb or ovaries or any of the tubes. That after the virus is over, we do not see a large increase in a womb cancer, in ovary cancers, and complication in that part with the sexual behavior of men. Those of you who reach to the point of not understanding you have got the what we call the virus, but you have the pains in your stomach and kidneys, you have to understand, when you start taking large amounts of water, like 300, 500 ml, you might see a black excrement or very red when what we call hemoglobin is released. Just be patient. As you're taking the waters, it will change. Do not panic. Some of you, as I said, in urine, you will see a very dark, smelly water, or very white when the calcium hegemon is released. Again, have to be vigilant. Some of you might see blood in your urine or in your excrement. And this is because you have actually have not been careful and taken the gas particles instead of the pure water. As the scientific research papers was released yesterday by the scientists from Iran in the teaching, these particles are so sub that no filter can stop them. You have to make sure the waters you use are very, very, very clearly settled. At the same time, if you make a mistake and by accident use the GANs in the water, you might have, due to its massive energy, find bleeding of your gums or your teeth or around your mouth. In that case, you stop taking the gas water, you change your cup totally, and you stop taking it for 2 or 3 days till it settles, till the energy of the gas is released. Many of you, you feel the pain in the throat because you used too much gas or too much gas salt water at the beginning. Try to find a way of using what we call yin and yang. We call it hot and cold. We call it in Farsi Sadia Garm. And try to take fruits and vegetables and drinks which are cool, which brings coolness. And then you can take over, we can get over it. Because this irritation stays with the energy of the virus. And it's irritating and it feels different way. In some of the stomach case what we call virus effect, you see suffocation. Do not panic. In Iran, we have reports by doctors that in that stage, as it feels really tight, suffocating, they die of a shock of suffocation, not actually from the virus. So you actually die because of the virus, but it's not in the statistic. And we start seeing a lot of this. The suffocation that you cannot breathe brings a fright that you're dying. This lasts usually around about 4 hours, goes away, and it comes back stronger again 4 hours. So in that period, you just cover the whole neck and the body with the gas water. We try to make the education as deep as possible, that you all understand what we are dealing with. This is crisis created by crazy man for wealth and power. We have a very good saying in Farsi. Thank you very much. My tea has arrived. We have a beautiful saying in Farsi. We say, it takes one crazy man to throw a stone in a water well, which everybody drinks from, and he blocks everything or contaminates everything. And it takes 40 wise men to find a way to get that stone out of water well. And it's taken one crazy man to create this mayhem for wealth and power and the stupidity of his wife, to show she's more powerful than him. And it'll take the whole 7 billion humanity to solve this problem. I wish this man would have never brought the stolen computers as he stole from Apple, and now he's stealing from the life of the man. He is a thief by habit, and he cannot stop. He stole from Apple, and he created his new empire by stealing and thieving, and now he's stealing from the life of the man. His blood will never, ever have peace anywhere in the universe. Him, his wife, his children, and any offspring should not come from it, and his fathers and his forefathers. We take the love of God from this blood, the same we took from the nation of China for the same thing. Thou shalt not steal, and both have the habit of stealing. Any questions?
Mr. Cash,
Yes.
I just want to thank you to save my life.
You're welcome. You are precious.
And I just wanted to say to everyone who's listening that if we follow your instruction, you know, it's easier than we think, but we have to follow your instruction step by step, because I can share my experience if I can.
If you want to disclose it,
Yeah. So
let me explain. Just one
yeah.
second.
Yeah.
She's a member of Universal Council. She took it very kindly not to follow and not to make the cup till last week. She's Italian in UK. She's involved with all the Italians and everything else. And she has picked up the virus of the 4th case, which is ovaries and what we call the womb, and every other sign with it. And she noticed it on Saturday. I immediately took action in trying to support, and we let her to discuss. You see, the knowledge seekers, if they're around, they all take it as a joke till it hits. As you know, Italians have brought a lot of virus into UK, and actually this is what happened. And I'll let you speak. Carry on.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so as you know, I start to feel not well on Saturday night, and I have to say you've been. I really don't have word to describe how much it meant to me your support. So straight away you told me step by step what to do, and I definitely recommend everyone to be calm and to just do step by step and trust that everything's gonna be fine. And what I noticed is that the the symptom changing very fast, so you have to be it's very important that you are prepared with the 5 cups, because when you start to have the symptoms, then you do not have time to do the cups and follow the protocols, because Mr. Cash told me that my case was quite already advanced from the from what I explained to him, and so it's very, very vitally important just to have the cups. 5 cups doesn't cost you anything to make them, and you just have them on the side. Just even for a peace of mind, doesn't cost you anything. But because I had the guns already made, luckily, I could start the protocol straight away. And I just start to, when you start the protocol, it's quite intense. So you have to follow it up. But you see that, I don't know how to explain, but you see that the moment you started, you have this relief, inside you that is good, and you have this improvement in you. So you can tell that it's something really good for you, and it's gonna make you improve. So you have to stick with it. And in my case, I did for a full day, like maybe even more than 16 hours, 18 hours, because you have to follow, you have to make sure to keep the symptom down, and continuous. And this was the first day. Shall I say step by step how I did it, or shall I?
Yes, I would like you to say how you felt first, why you came to the point. How did it start?
How did it start?
What you felt, yeah.
Yes, the things was very important, the spray. So I start to have the spray. So I start to have pain especially when I sprayed, it's like you said the time before, you know, when there was the blueprint of the Iranian people, was exactly what you say with the spray. So when you spray all your body, I was doing a prevention, but my prevention was not really prevention, because I was not doing properly. And but lately, what happened is, every time I was spraying from head to toes, I start to have pain everywhere, like start from the stomach to the kidneys to the liver and the uterus, pain in the head. I start with the symptom that you described before, like difficult to breathe in a little bit, and my tongue change color. You see that your body change very quickly. That's why there is no time to, you have to prepare the cup before, because your body changes quickly. It's out of control. You can tell. I start to have a pain on my lymph nodes, so under my armpit, on my uterus, on my, I don't know if it was ovaries. Everything was, you feel everything was going change quite fast, and you just wanted to have something in your hand that you can keep your body out of with less symptom. So I describe, so I sprayed myself, and as I was spraying myself everywhere, I start to feel this pain. But it's a pain like it's a pain like you describe, exactly like two fields interacting with each other's. So and then I start to feel those cramps, like in my stomach, was like if my stomach was like cement. It felt really like a rigid, and then pain on the ovaries and on the uterus, like cramps. So I used the spray to monitor myself. So, and as Mr. Cash told me to do it every half an hour. And that was really good, because through the spray you can monitor the pain change in different places. So you will have kind of go around. And I start straight away with the protocol, nearly through the night. Anyway, when you use a lot of ganses, you stop, you don't hungry anymore, and you're not tired anymore. So you can wake up early and go to bed late, because it's how you feel. And then I start to do the water. The water was really important as well. Shall I say the timing, or I start to drink the water every 2 hours, and that was really relief. You can really, also when you drink the water, is the same. As you drink the water, you can tell this interaction of the fields going down, and that give you a kind of monitor. It's like you monitor things by using the guns, and you can tell that as the time go by, everything get better. And then the breathing device also is very important. I noticed that if I was not breathing constantly, it was like non-stop, but because Mr. Cash told me that from the symptom, he thought I was advanced. So, and I could tell, the moment I could stop using my breathing device, suddenly I straight away, I would have difficulties on breathing. And I had the problem, tightness in my throat. So by constant breathing on the breathing device, basically I had my breathing device as I was doing my guns. And then when I was applying my guns, I was not breathing. But then when I was doing the guns, so basically you're gonna be in a situation where if you're on your own, you're gonna be 24 hours doing this, and you don't have nothing else to think about. You just are on it. And then also was very important for me, for example, I didn't have a bath, so had to use cold towels to keep down the temperature, because you will notice you start to have this temperature coming up as well. But everything is quite fast, so that's why it's important you are on top. The moment you what I had, the situation where I thought was getting better, so I was kind of be more distracted by other things, and things would become back again. So it's much safer if you just stay on it. And the wet tower of plasma water of One Cup One Life, it really helped me to keep the temperature down, and it was really such a relief. But even when you put a tower, everything that's got the One Cup One Life you use with it just monitor you. So even when I put my tower, it makes me understand. So at the beginning, a lot of pain on the chest, on the back, a lot of pain on my organs. But as I was applying, because the tower I have to do it every hour for half an hour. So when I was doing that, I could tell the relief, the pain goes away. You just can tell. No, it's a sensation that no one can kind of describe. You just know that what you do is good. And I knew straight away that Mr. Keshe was saving my life. So I was so grateful, and he really monitored me. So it was the support. So definitely I want to give this support to others, because if you are up with it, you can do it. It's not that difficult, but you have to be ready. That's why I think now I understood why the Keshe stress to get ready, get prepared, because just in case, and then you have your just in case, because if it happen, you don't have time to do anything else. So with the tower, I start to feel relief, and then I had to do the protocol where you said for emergency, where I have to mix the guns. One Cup One Life, little bit with the water, because I didn't have a bath. I washed myself. So at the beginning was the whole body, and I could tell it's like you put in cold water into a fire. It's like such a relief, and then so you put the water, you wash yourself, and you have this relief of. Like I said, putting the water on something that's super hot. And then you have another type of pain, the one of the fields, that is not a bad pain. It's a pain that you know is for monitor. So with that, if you're improving, so that always come less and less and less. This for one day, non-stop. And this was for the virus. And my wound was hot, was every time I washed, I really could feel this interaction of the field going on. And I can tell the more I was following the protocol, the more the pain was reduced, the heat was reduced, and your body feels, I was happy. The strange things, as you're doing it, you are happy. You're so happy because it feels good. Maybe it's the fields of the zinc, but definitely your emotional level is high. So you have this happiness going through, and in your heart that you are safe, and that you find a solution for something that many people seems to die for. And you can't understand that the people die just because of lack of knowledge, just because of that. Because if everyone had this knowledge, we will not have death. We will not have them, because it didn't take me much after just being full on one day. The next day, I felt very, very good. In the morning, I start to gain the protocol early in the morning. So I stop around 2 or 3, then wake up again around 5, because you want to keep at it, because you cannot even sleep. Because when you sleep, you still feel this burning sensation. You still feel this pain. So you want to carry on. So in the morning, I started again. I felt much better. I could see all my symptoms going. My body was not reacting as fast as Sunday. And by the afternoon, I start to interesting things. I start to forget to do the protocol, like I was not doing as as intense as I did in the morning or the day before. And I felt so fine. I thought, oh my God, I come through it. I can't believe it. So I was really like feeling good. Diminish the protocol, get more distracted from other things, don't being centered with myself. And then the next day, I start to have again fever, again some symptom. So I could tell the things were coming back. But the strange things was not the same pain as the pain I had the day number one. And Mr. Cash told me, if you got fever for a second time, it's very important to know if you have a fever the first time or the second time. I said, I think the second time, because he didn't even have a thermometer with me, but before I was boiling like a fire. So you know when you have fever. So the second time, this is the second time. No? And he said to me, okay, now you're getting rid of the virus, but now you have to dealing with the bacterial. So I couldn't go to buy the antibiotic to get rid of it. So I start with the CUO like he prescribed. So I add to my protocol that I'm already doing, I add the CUO because I could tell that I start to have a different type of pain, but it was not over. So I start to get on it. And I spend, so it was Tuesday, all Tuesday, again, 13 hours on it, non-stop. And if you're on your own, you have to do a lot of stuff, and you have to be on it. Like you go no minutes to do anything else. And that's why, again, you had to be prepared just in case. And I start to feel different type of pain. I start to use the CUO, like Mr. Cash explained, with the little bit of guns in a small bottle, and I start to wash from the belly down with the CUO. Big relief, even that one. So you just get addictive to it because you feel the benefit of it. You know that you're doing something good for you, and you know that you're gonna go through it. So and so then I start to drink also little bit of plasma water of the CUO, and even that one straight relief when you drink it. And I went. This was then Tuesday. Then Wednesday I felt again super good. Like I felt, oh my God, I'm cured. I thought it's true. 3 days only, and you can go through it. 3 days, and I felt like a new person. Like my tongue was completely, the colors changed. You see your body will start to have, like my tongue was super yellow with plaques. You see, you swollen, you have some whites. You see when you have something that it's not right in you. And on yesterday, I felt like a brand new person. Like, oh my God, I can't believe it was that easy in one way. It was that easy in one way because it's hard. But if you think, if you got everything you need and you're at it, it's easier than you think. So in one way, I thought this is crazy that people dying when they can just do this and everyone will be fine. And today, yesterday afternoon, I was I had to do some stuff to go to help somebody else. So I was very distracted, but I was completely normal. I felt really okay. And now today, I'm keeping the protocol just to make sure that I rid of everything, because you feel good, but the moment you stop, maybe you will start to have some heat or some little pain again. So, but one thing's for sure, I understood the importance of the spray. So the spray I had to do constantly, and that for me was a wake-up call, because through the spray, it's like a test. You can use it as prevention. It doesn't cost you anything, but you can also use it on your body. If you think you have it, you just you spray yourself and you see this interaction of feelings, as I said. So I'm gonna continue again. I'm still busy, not busy as before, but I'm continuous. But when you are at it, is 24-hour job non-stop. So that's why I really, for me, the only one reason why I wanted to say this is that you have to be prepared. You have to prepare everything already to go. And if you are not on your own, you have to prepare enough for everyone. So you had to, it doesn't matter if you're fine, just prepare it in your, we are, like Mr. Cash said, we are stuck in the house. We don't do anything anyway. This is the best time to just prepare the guns. And then maybe nothing will happen. And you're happy anyway, but you could teach to others how to make them. And like Mr. Cash said, if each one of us teach to others, then you have a ripple effect. We go like exponential grow in a good way. If each one of us teach to like Mr. Cash said, in 10 people, we go super exponential grow. We can cover the population in no time. So why not to do it? And we take off the overload of the hospital. I understood, for example, what happened to me. I found people who maybe are not interested. I just leave them now because it's true, you don't have time to convince anyone. But what I like is now that I learned that you had to learn to not to worry, because this works. And it works very easy than you think, but you have to be prepared and at it, That's why the preparation is so important. And then you try to, enjoy your life. Don't panic and talk about nice things. But you have to understand that you have to still get information. So no point you pretend that this doesn't happen. You can have the information without getting stress. Know that you got solution in your hand and get prepared, because sometimes maybe people, when they're not well, they will call you if they're not ready at the time, and because they want to follow their own path. And it's good. I think everyone should follow their own path, but it's nice to have something ready just in case. So this is my suggestion to everyone. So I really thanks from the bottom of my heart, Mr. Cash and all the society. And I just cannot believe that there are so many people dying unnecessarily, because this is very easy protocol to practice. When you, at the beginning, you feel like, oh my God, I cannot do this, too many things to think, too many things to do. But after half day, you do it over and over and over and over and over and over. It's actually become easy because you get organized as you're doing it. So I recommend also to any knowledge seekers, because this is not the problem I had. I was not settled. I was not settled from the very beginning. Like Mr. Cash said, I prepared my guns at the last minute, and I was not settled when I was doing it. So this just creates you more confusion. But if you find a place where you are, every place where you are is the right one. Don't worry about anything. Wherever you are is the right one. You just stay there, because anyway, we cannot go out anywhere. You just stay there and just prepare your stuff. I urge, every nation to really get organized in groups, really get organized with who's got the material, who's got the guns, who's got already the, we have to help each other just in case. Don't worry who leave behind who doesn't believe right now, because anyway they will call you and you have to be ready to support them. So this is my suggestion. So I cannot tell how thank you, Mr. Cash. Really, you really saved my life, and I'm so, I owe you, I owe you one. So
now you understand why you were making the bed last time.
Wow. Wow.
This is interesting. You got to understand. Would you like to explain what you do for a living? She's around medical world, and this is the strangest thing. That's why she can explain a lot about human body, because she works in a way in the world of medicine in a different way, and she's fully aware. Would you like to tell us what you do?
Yes, my work. I work with the nervous system. So, and I work with the body as well. I'm a practitioner. So my job is to make recover people from accident, or if they have any pain or any problems. So I just help people to recover from things.
No, you help yourself to recover from the, what do you call it? Something called virus corona.
Can you, Mr. Cash, can you tell me again the question? What you would like me to explain about myself? Because I would like to.
No, just about what you do for your work, that people understand. You're familiar with the world of medicine.
Yes, yes. I've been doing this for 20 years. And what I realize, I realize in my work that that the plasma technology definitely for me is really resonate with me. So even in my job, it resonate with me. So I found that I couldn't find solution when I was treating people, because I always wanted to make them independent somehow. And yes, sorry. So, and I went into neural, thinking that the brain is the one who control the body. So, and that one was very interesting method, because it's actually the guy who taught this method is also was a physicist. But I don't think he was teaching neural. I think he was similar to what Mr. Cash was teaching. So at the soul level, and now understand that it's very important to. That's why I said to you, organize yourself to find a position, and this is so true. You have to position yourself. That is the rule number one. You have to yourself have to go into position. When you are clear where you are, and when you're clear what you do, then everything is that is the key of everything. This is what I found in myself. I was not, even though I knew it, I didn't position myself very well, because you have to keep centered. This is the key. And then one other things I noticed, as soon you position yourself, as soon you start to be in a position to help, from magic, people call me. I have many people who, from the moment I start to do the One Cup One Life, many people start to call you. So people will come call you for nowhere, from you never hear from them for a long time. They will call you for help. I had this now many times, especially lately now that I went through this protocol. As I was going through this protocol, I had people I didn't hear for maybe months or years. They called me as they were feeling, maybe fear or not well, don't know what to do, and I take them through the One Cup One Life, try to make them understand how important it is. So don't worry if some people will not believe you. It's not up to us. So yeah. So I don't know. I hope I helped anyone who listening to understand the importance of what we're doing. And the one things, because I come across to many people said, "Oh, I don't want to think you're pessimistic. I don't want to have a bad energy. I want to." It's actually the contrary. Because I saw people who they don't want bad energy, but they then for them sometimes they panic. And so it's best to have something that give you support. You listen what's happening around you without taking in the. So if you see something bad, or if you hear something bad, or if you hear something, or you see something really bad, because in this situation we're gonna maybe see something that we don't want to see. You have to be strong and not be kind of little bit, don't take it in like you see it, you have to be like, I don't explain it, don't take it in such a way that will affect you, so you can handle the real situation, how things are around you. Doesn't matter if you're good or bad. And then you have the plasma technology that it works. I try on myself. It was such a, if you think about when I hear all these people dying, it was such a easy, it's so easy, 3 days of hard, 3 days of hard work, what it is in exchange of a peace of mind. That is a peace of mind. So you have to have something in place that give you support, just in case, because people say, oh no, I'm just gonna think about nice things. And yes, we are the creator, and it's true that we have to think nice things, we have to laugh, we have to cheer up ourselves. It's important that we are happy and we spread this vibe of happiness. Is important, but it's also, you have to understand that we've never been to this situation before. So you very quickly, from happy, you can become. The reason I think also I started to have the symptom was because now all of us all over the world have to make important choice, because they're cutting the train, they're cutting the plane, they're cutting everything. So you have to decide, do I go back to my mom? She asked me for help, or shall I stay where I am? I'm not in my country. I would like to go to another, which country shall I go? Which place shall I do? I saw many people around me now that have the same decision I had on Friday. No? So and those decisions, sometimes they come from nowhere, and they're really intense. And then you are under a major stress and a major dilemma, because you're not centered. So that's why we go back, you have to center yourself, and that can cause the symptom come up or whatever. In that case, the guns, they will support you. That's why you need to have the guns for that moment that you will not be able to cope, because the situation no one else has been before. So so this is my advice, because now many of you will have to decide, shall I stay home? Shall I go to my parents? Shall I go? Yesterday, a friend of mine said to me, I would like to go to help my mom, but she's 85. She needs her help. But I'm worried now that if I go, I give her something. So you start to be so paranoid, because of the condition of the situation. You don't know if you're going to help relatives. I didn't know to go to Italy or not, because I didn't want to give to my mom all these things. No, so that's why the guns are very useful to take off that stress out. And then you're more in peace, that you can help yourself and you can help others, and you can enjoy your life. You can do your meditation, you can do whatever you love. Actually, I suggest you to, in the time you're strained, in the time that you are in the house, you do everything you like. You prepare the guns, you make nice music, because you cannot prepare the guns anyway with fear. You have to prepare your guns with a feeling of love. So you do the things you love during the day as much as you can in the space you are. In the meantime, you prepare the guns. And I have to say, when I did the guns 24 hours for the intensive treatment, I was euphoric anyway. I was happy. So you want to be happy. You want to rise the vibration of the earth. So and this costs you nothing. So that's why I urge the people who are in the places that there is not that fear that now there is in Italy or now starting in London or in other places like Iran or China, places where you are far away from everything. That is the time to get your ingredient, your copper, your bottle, your zinc, everything you possibly need it. Get it now. A lot of it, because then when they start to close the shops, you will have to give it to friends because they will know where to get it. I'm ready now where people say to me, where can I get this? Where can I get that? And I have to give my stuff away because I bought a lot, thanks. But if you buy more, it's the merrier, and you can always give to others. And the people who, as soon you have the stuff, you prepare your 5 cups for you straight away. So you raise your vibration in your house for your friends. So if you come across to important decision that you don't know what to make, you will be you will be less stressed. You will be more in peace of mind. You will have less fear because you know already what to do. So you basically got nothing to lose. That's why it puzzled me that you got nothing to lose. It costs very little, and the worst can happen. You raise the vibration, and we make a big grid between all of us, because if each one of us make a couple life in their house, 5 cups, okay, you use them, you get used to, because anyway you have to get used to the protocol, the one for prevention. So you get used to. So if then problems start, for friends or family, you already know by heart what to say. You don't have to read anything. You don't have to look anything. You just know. You just tell them, and it's got another feelings when you done it yourself. You done the 5 cups yourself, and you over and over, and you teach to others. So it's got another. You're more fast. That's why I felt very safe with Mr. Cash, because I could tell he'd been doing this over and over for the last months. So you want to be in that position that when you help people, you done so many cups. Anyway, more cups the merrier, or so many kit to send to people. You will be in a position that if you don't buy too many products or many stuff, then you will not be able to give kit. Be able, and that is I wish that I would have a start from the 23rd of January, when Mr. Cash showed the protocol, and if I had start then, I would definitely help more people. But I'm happy to accept on my path, because you learn from you learn from what you're doing. So this is good anyhow. But I have the chance now to speak with you live, and I hope that who is in line with what I said start straight away, and then we just raise the vibration and we make a nice grid for everyone. No need to have all this stuff. No need. It's unnecessary, and no need for this doctor and nurse to because they overwork, they get sick, they see so many bad stuff. My friend, she's a nurse, and she no nurse in Italy, and she already told me it's like a movie scene. So basically, you die mainly because they cannot help you. So the virus spread like fire, super like a forest going fire, and so you suddenly from zero you start to have many cases all in one. So they don't have the machinery, they don't have the equipment to accommodate everyone, and they are tired themselves. After how long you think someone can work 24 hours? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days? So, and they're exhausted, and then they also start to having problems themselves because they're exhausted and they're in contact with people who die. And so that is pure hell. And And so that's why it's our responsibility. Whoever who is fine, whoever is happy, whoever is in a good place, to act now to help to take off the loads for those people. And basically the people die only because when they go into hospital, they had to wait 2-3 days before even being seen. I tell you now, you go not 2-3 days. From the moment you have the symptom, you have to go 24 hours non-stop. The moment you stop, things are out of control. So that's why we have so many deaths. So I do recommend, and these are all unnecessary deaths, unnecessary, really unnecessary, because it takes so little. Using this technology is really little and makes so huge, massive difference. We could stop the crisis today in one go, in less than an hour, if all we get together and organize ourselves on doing this CAP. It takes less, I think. Maybe just an hour would be enough, but it takes very little.
And
Yes.
thank you very much. Let me tell you, it's just come out from Hariuchi. There's the second in command in Iran Health Ministry. This is what they want you to understand. This is what I'm reading, which just arrived. Corona is killing 3 people every hour. And 43 people get affected every hour in Iran. That means officially we are losing 72 people to Corona every day in Iran. This is an announcement by what we've seen according to the second in command in Iran Health. If this is true, then multiply it by 10. And just 1 second, is emergency talk. Just 1 second. Just 1 second, please.
I just want to say just something very small. Meanwhile, Mr. Cash is taking this message that because we have to remember that because the CAP you have to do with the love feelings and not fear. So this intention is not to create fear, but to actually create love. Yeah, sorry.
Stefania, can I ask you one question, please?
Yeah.
Hi, Jalal here. Do you thought before you get it that you are really, you could get it? Because, some people, they do not believe they can catch this virus. Yeah, and this is the most of the problem of the people. They do not believe that this is all over the places. So is that what you, in that condition you was before you get it?
I have to say, so I come across this too, and I think they like this. I'm happy. They think they don't catch the virus. I'm very happy because you want to rise the vibration, but at the same time they have to be and they have to understood that when they come across to very difficult moments and situations, and is there the immune system goes down, is there that you're more likely to catch it. So I think people have to understand that we never been, most of us, they never been in this situation before. So it's very easy to panic for different things will happen to you. And the panic will be such a bad panic that that if you don't have a support like the guns, for example, that for example, what I noticed when I was doing the guns 24 hours in the protocol, I was feeling so strong mentally, like I was very even now I feel 10 times strong. I feel like Wonder Woman now. So even those, I understand that people feel happy, and it's true. They were the creator, and nothing can. But the switch can be very quickly. That you straight away you don't think that, and straight away you think, oh my God, this is it. No, so I don't know what to do. Can be not even related to you. Can be related to your relatives. So can be one of your relatives is in difficulty and you bring the stress to you. So all you are like so that's why I think in the safe side, do your things, do the things you love to do your things that make you comfortable. Your yoga, your breathing, your all these are good, keeping them. And just my recommendation just to start to use the gun to add. That's why I like Cash when he said, "This is to add knowledge. This is not to take." We don't say that whatever anyone does is wrong. No, you add into the knowledge. So you add in this because this is a part of the fact that you are the creator. This is a part of the fact of the common goods, because you become a creator when you think about the common goods. Yes, you are strong. Yes, you think you not catch it, no? So, but the guns, they kind of, when we said we start by giving, you um, you rise your soul by unconditional giving. So when you do the guns, especially when you think you don't need it, and especially when you think you don't for you is unnecessary, when you do them, you do for the common good. Because like I said, you do a cup in your house, someone do a cup in another house, and you make a grid. And so it doesn't cost you anything. So, and you add it to your yoga, to your everyday life. No, you just add. It doesn't cost you anything. It's such a lovely technology. So I'm happy. I put it on the chat. I put sometime messages that make laugh, because now we're in this situation of very duality, where in one way is a hell, and another side is a paradise. There is the between is goes very quickly. From paradise to hell, there is no time. It's like a switch. So why you want to have a hell? Why we cannot have the all a paradise? So why yeah, you're fine, you're good, you're having good time, but why don't try to make something for the good of all? Where you can help even the people who maybe they think they can catch it, or people who they are going through a very difficult time, or people for like the hospital. My friend told me is like a scene from Holocaust, where the body get piled up because they don't have any more how to burn them. So we have to think not just about ourselves but also others. So that's why I recommend this. Enjoy life, be serene, because it is true. when you hear us talking, is not to scare you, is not to grow any fear, is not to, you have to learn to detach yourself from the bad thoughts, any kinds. So you just forget about bad thoughts. Don't judge, just think about common goods. So that's where this happened to me. So I stopped talking because I'm talking so much, but this happened to me as well, where people said, I don't need it, I'm fine. Yeah, I said, look, I got this, I'll let you know. If you ever a problem, let me know. And I had already people who called me because they said to me before, no, we're fine. But let me teach this because I got this, it's just a peace of mind. You add into a piece. Yeah, so, Jalal.
Thank you very much. In a way, why I let Stefania to carry on is because in the time when I stopped teaching, members of Universal Council like Stefania and the others become the teachers on this channel. So in a way, it's a good time to start learning how these people who offered their life and their soul to serve humanity teach you from their heart, from their soul. And this is a prelude to what will come. That the direction of the operation of the foundation will run by the Universal Council, and their word is my word when I leave. And in so many ways, you heard the sincerity and clarity. And maybe that was a reason for this situation, for the next step of the evolution of the foundation to come in. Thank you very much, Stefania. It was a pleasure to have you on my lap for a couple of days on the phone, trying to help you. She's very funny. She even takes the pain the sweetest way. And we got to understand, we got to look at the bright side. And there is an end to this situation, without a doubt. Without a doubt. And as you heard in between words, not from me, that even in Italy, the bodies are piling up, they cannot burn. Now you see the truth, how is seeping out. We have a problem in Iran, in the Islamic world, is the most heinous thing can happen to a body of a man. That's get burned. Then you understand why we have freezers full of bodies. Cremation in the Islamic world is forbidden. And we saw the pictures from Wuhan city and other cities in China. They burned so much body that the satellites have picked up the chemical chains across China. I said to a Chinese guy very recently, my 20 million is very conservative. Let me tell you why. The Chinese government sealed the houses and the apartments that no one can get in or no one can get out. And now they're disinfecting the city with the waters from the Geshe Foundation. Now they're opening the houses to disinfect. They find nothing but bodies, dead. The whole family have died, tens of thousands. And some of the national security people are releasing these videos when they break the seal. I have seen many in the past week. In a way, by using the cash gas technology, spraying the buildings that allows them to go into these houses in Wuhan city, we see the most horrific side of the genocide. The strangest thing is, they're all facing down. Whatever video we've seen, We haven't seen anyone facing up dead in the houses as they break open in China. Wuhan city has lost many behind closed doors. Now, they have brought incinerators in front of the building at the end of the streets that no one can see. The whole building, one by one in some cases, is sealed and is sealed from life. But the opening of the Chinese cities without understanding the expansion of the virus, as you heard from Stefania, that how it comes the second cycle, they are not recording it. We adjust our estimate to China to 50 million before end of the year, and we are prepared for it. We adjust the death toll in Iran up to 3 million within the next 3 months if the steps are not taken. Italy, our estimate is in excess of 10,000, in the verge of 50,000, and we adjust it again in the next 48 hours. We estimate the total loss in Italy to run to 500,000 by the end of March. Our estimate in Germany will follow. I repeat again, pile of bodies, they don't have even time to burn. In Italy, in China, they just bring a furnace connected to the mortuary of the hospital. Nobody knows. As one of the Chinese said, they're opening all the big hospitals open, yes, because they buried every single one in it. And now, whoever has it is so rapid that doesn't make it to the hospital, straight into the furnace. According to the Chinese national security reports, which is sent to us in so many different ways, some of the people, they know they don't have a chance to survive and are there to infect more, meet what it was met in the camps of Auschwitz, alive. We will see governments will do this, bring this emergency law in, because there is no law. As I explained, the story of the British history of the Second World War has repeated itself. They're over here, overpaid and oversexed, as they used to say in the Second World War. But this time, it's just over the whole nation. They're over here, overpaid and over the nation. The European community, over 20 billion budget for Corona, big chunk of it has been paid to the American government to bring the soldiers from Persian Gulf after defeat with the war in Iran to bring martial law in the stages if need be. So the American forces, 30,000 plus, adding up to 80,000, are already in and around different American stations in Europe or European military bases. If the situation in the next 4 weeks gets out of hand, Chinese repetition of the streets will be repeated on the streets of Europe. And every bullet is paid by your nation. The way you paid for every chewing gum for the Americans when they came during the Second World War. European nations don't have the military forces to meet with anarchy and loss of control. So foreign forces, which are the Americans who were taking out back to America, they have found a new place for them till Some of them might die because of the virus, and some will be relocated back into the United States in due course. So there are another mission for the American forces in the European territory, Germany, France, Belgium, England, Holland, Luxembourg, Italy. You will meet the American soldiers even over a chewing gum in a shopping corner. They're kept within the confine of the barracks. Europe is preparing itself for a massive disorder and mayhem. Just ask your government, why are so many Americans in Europe suddenly in the past 2 weeks? When the Europeans took the borders down, they reduced the military forces just to operational level. And they didn't train any. Americans kept the forces. And now they're getting paid back 3 times more. As I said, when the Vietnam War finished, the Americans were leaving Vietnam in such a hurry that they couldn't take all the soldiers back into the United States. So they brought it to countries like Iran. We suddenly saw a rapid rise of Americans in Iran, and they were getting paid for living in a white nation. American paid $1 and they charged the Iranian government $1 on top. But in fact, they had nowhere to put their soldiers, and they started making money out of their soldiers. And now the same thing happened, but this time they got kicked out of around Iran and Persian Gulf because they got wiped out in Iraq. England and the European community is the best place to dump them, and they're paid to kill. We warn you always in advance. Just be on your guard. Understand how to use cancers as food, as medicine, as deterrent for the virus, and stay obedient to your government and your nation. Just be aware, the wolves are back. Understand you have to stay obedient to your nations and to your government. But at the same time, you have to stay calm and collective. The knowledge is an auxiliary to you to help you. In due course, maybe by tomorrow or Saturday, we will call for an emergency call of the foundation meeting of the knowledge seekers if the situation arises. And with that, we'll advise you in a different direction if we complete our course. You've been taught how to prevent, you've been taught how to test, you've been taught how to overcome, you've been told how to clean, you've been taught today how to feed yourself. And in the case that you run out of energy and the crisis of energy starts, Keshe Foundation will release the true work of the, what we call Magrav systems, that you can all produce enough energy to support your homes and your family. We take over the energy crisis as part of the One Nation, One Operation. I will open, and one of the people close to me is fully aware of how to release the knowledge to overcome any religious releases of shortage of energy. He will go through it step by step, teaches you step by step how to start producing 1,000 volts, 2,000 volts, and then milliamps and amps to support your nation, your house. I will release the generator power in a very simple way. I told you, when it's needed, the Keshe Foundation will start governing. We govern through the soul, through the breed of the physicality and the energy and health. we have become the alternative government international as one nation, because our own governors cannot govern. They're all hiding in their castles, in their presidential offices and presidential offices. And as we have seen with Canada, Spain, Mexico, United States, all their wives and their daughters are sick, because if they announce the prime ministers and the presidents are sick, the nation will become into a turmoil. Now you understand suddenly why all the wives have become sick, as I explained before in the Universal Council, One Earth, One Planet, One Nation, earlier this week. The world leaders have become prisoners of their own offices. That is why they cannot rule. They are afraid of even talking, a meeting with their own officers. German Chancellor's minister refused to shake hands with her. And now we don't even know that how many of these ministers, the same as Iran, have died or are critical condition. If they caught a weaker virus, they walk out as nothing happened. But believe you me, as we saw in China, around about 26 days, if they come in a non-clean environment with the virus, they'll go down with it again. Then you know the first time they lied. It's a habit of the leaders, as we've seen with the King of Belgium, ex-Kings of Belgium and his son. Lying is a habit of the leaders. Not my daughter. Oops, court says it is so. My blood says yes. The running of the nation has to be in the hand of the nationals and not incompetent leaders or decapitated and what I call incompetent leaders. The priority for the knowledge seekers is very simple. Stay safe. Stay in charge of everything which is happening around you. Do not panic. Structure yourself. Increase your cup of life to at least 5 to 10 in each household. Be prepared for the next step. Isolate 2 of them to be just producing copper. And in due course, be prepared to produce zinc oxide. Then we teach you more. Stay absolutely calm. You heard the talk of the Universal Council member as the future leaders, and the people are getting trained to govern exactly the way, the full emotional understanding of the knowledge. The priority for all of you is one thing: not to infect the others, even means at the cost of your life. Up to today, Keshe Foundation and knowledge seekers and those who we have supported across China, Iran, we have not had a single loss. We have not lost a single soul, those who followed the protocol. As Stephanie said, follow the protocol, stick to it, is your life. The following protocol for food, in the case of the shortage of food, will be issued in a very direct way that you will understand you can balance feed the whole of your body and your family and your loved ones. You don't need to shop, because the biggest fear is what we said. The people who get the corona, they die of the fear of suffocation. Many of you will panic, fear of hunger. The procedure will be given to you in detail if we get to that stage, is to calm you down from the fear and know I received the energy, I don't need to eat. Getting that confidence back. I don't feel hungry. The thing is, every time you spray yourself, you feed yourself. You create a condition of receiving energy. And that energy balances with what the body needs. Is not just the virus energy coming out. Some of that virus energy, while it's coming out trying to kill you, it becomes a beautiful, fresh food energy to your body. This is why this technology works so effectively. It's a source if you know how to tap into it, and that's why we use it this way. It's not carrots, vitamin C or vitamin D. As it's going through your body, it's an open spectrum of fields, and the body takes what you need from it. That's why the recovery is so fast. You actually, the energy which brought you to death become the energy to feed you. You've seen this in the Parkinson, that gentleman in a wheelchair start walking in 4 days. Because if you do physiotherapy, it takes months, but the body decides and the cells respond. You've seen before, now you understand why. In a later stage, if we come to a critical point of total shortage nationally, that there will be no food, reserves will run out in 3 to 6 weeks internationally from most of the nations, if it carries on. Farmers are not farming. We were told yesterday the auctions, flower auctions in Holland, which is the biggest auction in the world, the biggest supplier, are throwing the flowers into the bin because there is no buyer. Farmers will not farm to send to be destroyed. The bank overdraft and the borrowing is too heavy. The farmers will not cultivate because there is no one to take their harvest. The truck drivers are afraid to carry the food because they can get it while they cross the nation. The condition is far worse than what is. Be prepared for everything. Do not worry that you don't have or you don't get water. We'll release the technology for you to, in a way, extract what you need, moisture from the environment into your body. The same with your children and your loved ones. If you live in a district, in an area, in a block of flats, be prepared. You become the feeder of the whole block. You become the center that the whole family, the village depends on. We have this in Iran. One man saves the whole village. We have Mrs. Mohammadi of Iranian Keshe Foundation. She's in the background if she would like to talk. Is she there? She was there a few minutes ago.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. She's here.
Mrs. Mohammadi, can you make Mrs. Mohammadi as a permanent member of the participants, please?
What is happening?
Hello, I am here.
Hello, Mrs. Mohammadi. Have you slept last night?
Not now.
What is the position
okay.
with Iran?
I'm okay.
What is the position with you and your team?
Okay, can I explain?
You speak in Farsi and I try, but the small sentences, otherwise I'll make it short because I forget.
Okay. با درود به تمام عزیزان عزیز.
Mrs. Mohammadi, your voice breaking up. Can you repeat, please?
Okay, just a moment. Just a moment, please.
If you have a video, switch your video off. If you have anything else for the bandwidth.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's good now.
Okay. تیم امداد ما قبل از اینکه این جریان ویروس کرونا در ایران شروع بشه، با توجه به اینکه ما اطلاعات خوبی رو داشتیم از شما از انتشار این ویروس در چین،
the Iranian team, which was active before the virus comes to Iran, were aware of what was happening in China.
با گروه دانشجویان ایرانی طی جلساتی که داشتیم برنامه ریزی کردیم که از طریق برنامه‌های تلگرام و اینترنت گروه‌هایی رو ایجاد کنیم.
We decided that we set up through Telegram and internet groups and divisions across Iran to be prepared if it comes to Iran.
که وقتی که این ویروس وارد ایران میشه چطور ما از قبل هماهنگ و آماده باشیم.
That how we're going to handle it if it comes to Iran. How the Keshe Foundation team in Iran will have everything ready for it.
و با توجه به اینکه این دانش جدید و نوین هست در ایران، خب تعداد خیلی زیادی آشنا نبودن با این دانش در ایران.
Even though this knowledge technology is very young, not many people were fully aware of it, about the knowledge.
پس ما گزینه‌هایی رو که داشتیم در جلسات مطرح کردیم.
We discussed all the positions in our meetings.
در درجه اول آموزش این One Cup One Life بود که به سادگی بتونیم این رو از طریق اینترنت، اینستا و تلگرام پخش کنیم.
The priority for us was to use the One Cup One Life video to be able to teach on Instagram and all the channels in Iran rapidly. Instagram is very popular in Iran, and many people who have millions of supporters or listeners, so they chose that pattern. Carry on, please.
و ویدیوهایی که تهیه کردیم به زبان فارسی و بعضی وقتا هم به زبانهای محلی در استانهای مختلف پخش کردیم.
We made videos how to make cup of life and in Farsi, and as you know, in Iran we speak Farsi as a common language, but each district has its own local dialect and language, and we made videos in local languages too, local dialect.
بعد از اینکه فارسی زبان‌ها به این ویدیوها توجه می‌کردن، ما می‌دونستیم که اونها شروع می‌کنن به ارتباط برقرار کردن با ما.
We knew when the Persian-speaking people listen to it, they will start making contact with us.
بنابراین نیاز بود که یک گروهی به زبان فارسی ایجاد بشه با ادمین هایی که تسلط کامل دارن برای پاسخگویی.
We saw to make teams of people who had a full understanding of the knowledge. They start training these with a full understanding of the Persian language, the Farsi, not the local language, that they can command and they can advise everybody. So they made the teams. They educated the core team to be able to foresee everything.
بنابراین علاوه بر این که گروه اصلی رو داشتیم، ما گروه‌هایی هم در تمام استان‌ها به زبان‌های محلی اونها هم ایجاد کردیم از طریق ادمین‌ها.
Through our admin central office, not only we trained the people in center, but we trained people in each district that they speak the local language, that they can reach their people very rapidly.
و میدونستیم که بعد از این مرحله پرسش و پاسخ بیمارانی تماس با ما میگیرن و ما نیاز داشتیم که یک گروه امداد رو باز دوباره ایجاد کنیم.
We knew after answering and questioning of how to make the cup of life and everything else, we needed to establish a second team that it could answer the request for the health, that how they applied and what conditions they come in that we could answer.
بنابراین گروه ایجاد شده با ادمین هایی که باز ما اونها رو تعلیم کامل دادیم برای که خیالمون راحت باشه، اونها با تماس با بیماران کاملا مسلط هستن به راهنمایی کردن اونها.
We trained a team of what we call support admins and what we call they call it the core team, we call it. They were trained in how to handle the patients and how to handle the people who come with infected conditions. They were well trained. The second team was trained to handle directly when it comes. Let me explain, Mrs. Mohammadi. In Iran, as I explained last week, they have 4 tiers of support team. One is the one which is teaching how to make things. One is the group where people come and ask for support of how they can get help if these are the conditions they have seen. Then they have built a team behind who advises them when the people come in with the illnesses and signs. And then that team has another team behind it, which is a team of advisors. They call this like a central committee with doctors sitting behind advising all the cases. So they have a team which is teaching how to make things. They have a team which actually when patients come in and they want to know what happened with their cups or what conditions they have, like I told you last night, we had the doctor asking for help. And then behind it, they have a team of admins, trained people who can advise on making the cups. They have a team which can advise in the medical application. And this team is supported by the 4th team, which is the central and mainly doctors and the what we call the core operation.
بعد از اینکه گروه امداد ما با بیماران تماس میگیرن، خیلی از اونها نیاز دارن که با توجه به پرونده‌های پزشکی که دارن راهنمایی بیشتر باشن و این باید زیر نظر خود آقای کشه و پزشکان بنیاد کشه ایران انجام بشه.
They know that these teams which is set up, they know they have to follow the protocol which is set up by the Keshe Foundation and by the advice of the doctors and people who are in charge.
بنابراین ما تصمیم گرفتیم که یک گروه دیگه ایجاد کنیم که شامل پزشکان بنیاد و حضور خود آقای کشه هست برای پاسخگویی به این پرونده های پزشکی بیماران.
So we established a 4th group which is made of doctors and me to advise how to use the system, and they advise through the medical operation how they use it to fit the medical protocol. So this team is all doctors and people who are medical trained. Yes.
بنابراین ما یک راه ارتباطی مستقیم اینترنتی بین بیمار و پزشکان بنیاد کشه برقرار کردیم با هماهنگی گروه امداد.
Can you explain that again, please?
بنابراین ما یک ارتباط مستقیم بین بیماران و گروه پزشکی بنیاد کشه در ایران برقرار کردیم از طریق گروه امداد.
This way we have established a link between the patient and the doctors directly through the what we call support team.
و تا مرحله‌ای که بهبودی کامل بیمار رو گزارش نکنن ما با اونها هستیم.
Till the moment that the doctors or the patients do not report full recovery, we stay with them. Let me explain, Ms. Mohammadi. They teach them when they come in how the operation is very simple. In each center, within 2 hours in Iran, more or less, they can respond to anything. We had it last night within 20 minutes in the city of Mashhad. From the time they received the call from the doctor till she had the bottle in her hand was less than 1 hour. And actually the reason was half of it, they left the bottle with the security because they couldn't go to the inside the hospital show. She didn't know it was delivered at the security gate. And these people will respond very rapidly. They all continuously are making the cups and the ganses ready for dispatch. And they man it 24 hours a day. And what they do is what I call them rapid response team in Iran will get to these people, initially give them a cup of or glass of the water, which they can use immediately. And they give them a cup of life or a system that they can put in a cup, just add salt and water, start producing it. With it, there is a leaflet. And they teach them even online how to make it, the people who come for support. So they not only get the water till the ganses start producing, they get the instruction for the cup. And those who cannot do, the Keshe Foundation people go to their homes again and pay a visit to them to see how they are. And it's very extensive. Keshe Foundation team is literally covering the whole of Iran. And this is thanks to Mrs. Mohammadi and the Keshe Foundation team in Iran. And this is what she's trying to explain, how they set it up. Is well planned. Is literally military precision, the way they work. I couldn't, even yesterday, by the time they sent me a picture of the jar with a green tab, they said this is the jar, picture is taken while it left the depot to go to the hospital to these 2 doctors. And she received actually 2 bottles, that bottle and an extra one to disinfect the environment. Is extremely, extremely well organized. We have become this alternative health ministry, as you call it, in Iran. And they're helping continuously. I stay operational just in emergency cases, back in the doctors and the team support and on the chats. And I put a note in the German side today, anything special, very emergency in German language speaking, Germany, Austria, and even part of the Belgium, and Switzerland, get in touch with Klaus at the Keshe Foundation headquarters. He will organize you to be in touch with us because the whole of Austria, the side is closed down. We are all supporting in every way we can. But you have to all be organized the way Mrs. Shahriari is explaining. It saves life. Carry on, Mrs. Mohammadi.
بعد از اینکه ما متوجه شدیم که از طریق مسئولین مخصوصا کادر پزشکی و وزارت بهداشت نمیتونیم به سرعت این وان کاف وان لایف رو به دست مردم برسونیم، حرکت بعدی رو شروع کردیم.
When we realized we cannot move fast with the Ministry of Health and with the government, due to half of the nation are sick, even the doctors and ministers are all sick. There is nobody at the office. And Iran is hit with the second problem now. Saturday is a new year. They usually 15 days before New Year, 15 days after New Year, they take a holiday. So everything is in this array in Iran. Not only half are dead, half are on holidays, and half are in hospital. So you can see how Keshe Foundation team has taken over administration of this situation in Iran. There is no other alternative because even the ministers are dying. And as you've seen, the head of religious leaders of Qom, the top leaders have died. And the doctors have died. And are dying every day. So you can understand how Keshe Foundation now, with having no one to actually work with because they're all chickened out in a way, or dead, or they're sick, they have started taking over the whole situation in Iran. And they have prepared the next step, which is to actually support direct. بفهمید خانم محمد.
با توجه به اینکه ما در ایام تعطیلات خواهیم بود در طی 2 الی 3 هفته آینده، بنابراین با اعضای بنیاد جلساتی برقرار کردیم که بتونیم گام‌های بعدی رو در طی این تعطیلات داشته باشیم.
Even though we are facing with the 3 weeks of holidays, the Keshe Foundation has taken steps to be able to cover the nation during the holidays.
با توجه به اینکه اکثر مردم در شهرهای مختلف در حالت قرنطینه قرار دارن و بیشترشون داخل منزل ها هستن، این یک موقعیت رو ما در نظر گرفتیم که چطور از طریق رسانه ها وارد منازل مردم بشیم از طریق اطلاع رسانی.
As we know now, everybody is confined to their homes and they're all afraid, nobody's traveling. We have decided to take a condition using the public, what we call information panels and channels.
با توجه به اینکه این رسانه ها بدون مجوزهای رسمی بهداشت اجازه ندارن این اخبار رو پخش کنن، پس ما گزارش هایی رو که از بیماران داشتیم قبل و بعد از بیماریشون با تمام اسناد پزشکی و ویدیوها و وایس هایی که از بیماران گرفتیم در حال ارسال به تمام رسانه های تلویزیونی در ایران هستیم.
As you know, this is not a medicine, it's a method for people to help themselves in the house. So we are using the video of the people, video recording, voice recording, and a film recording of the people who have used the technology, how they help themselves at home with it, to send to the media. That media can see how it is used by themselves at home. There is an international law. It says you can do anything you like in your home. You can even take a poison, or you can take alcohol or a pleasure. Nobody can stop you. No legal frame of work can stop you from helping or taking alternative ways of life inside your home. So the people are making these things at home, and so they are reporting back what they have, what they made, and are sending these videos to the media in Iran, because there is no Ministry of Health to approve anything, because half of the Ministry of Health offices, main offices, have seen doctors are dead or contaminated, because they were not expecting this when they're doing the first test without knowing. And at the same time, there is no administration to approve anything in Iran because it's in disarray. So they have found a way to show the methods and how people are reporting to the media. بفهمید.
طبق گفتهایی که الان شما گفتین در منازل، ما دیروز به یک مرکز بزرگ نگهداری سالمندان به اسم کهریزک مراجعه کردیم که متاسفانه اکثر مسئولین این مؤسسه درگیر بیماری بودن و اونجا حضور نداشتن و کسانی رو که سر جاشون قرار داده بودن پاسخگوی ما نبودن و حتی جوابگوی ما هم نشدن، اجازه ندادن که ما این رو ارائه کنیم. پس ما یه حرکت دیگه همونجا انجام دادیم.
To give you an example, yesterday they made they had an arrangement. They went to an old people's home, as we call it, and to last week they went there to show the old people's home, these volunteer groups in different areas, how this technology can be used, and the management agreed for them to go in yesterday to show. And when they went there yesterday, there was no management because they're all infected. And in that old people's home, if I'm correct, one doctor has died, one nurse has died, and 3 what we call old people in the house have died in past week from the virus. So none of the managers are going in, is left in the hand of the what you call more or less cleaners to look after the old people home, because they're all scared or are infected themselves. So when they went there, as was prearranged yesterday, to organize, to show them how to do it, there was nobody, and not even the cleaners and the auxiliary members wanted to accept any responsibility. So they were faced with a new challenge, and they made a decision how they're going to solve this matter. بفهمی خانم. خانم محمد.
تمام کسانی که اونجا در حال کار کردن بودن در اون ساعت شبانه روز متوجه این آب گنزی که در دست ما بود و ما روی خودمون مرتب اسپری میکردیم شدن و سوال کردن که این چی هست. ما برای اونها در محوطه بیرون از اون مرکز، اون مؤسسه شروع کردیم به آموزش دادن اینها و اهدای گنز و آب گنز به اونها، به خاطر اینکه داخل مؤسسه اجازه نمیدادن که چیزی از خارج بدون هماهنگی وارد بشه. بنابراین کارکنان از مؤسسه اومدن بیرون و بیرون از مؤسسه دیگه کسی دسترسی به اونها نداشت که بخواد اجازه نده اونها بخوان استفاده کنن یا نه.
What they did while they were in the building, knowing that they are infected people, the environment is infected, they kept on spraying themselves with water guns that they don't pick up any viruses. And the staff in the old people home realized, they asked them what it is, what are you doing? They say we are disinfecting. That's more or less, they don't wear any masks or whatever. And they wanted to know more. But by law, they could not use it in the building. So all the staff come outside the building and they said, outside we can do whatever we like. So they start training them outside the building, how to use the gases and how they can protect themselves in a way. And they gave them all the gas water they took originally for the hall. Now the staff took it for themselves in the building. So because they could see it. You got to understand that all these people wear masks and everything else. Keshe Foundation team is very open. They walk around, they don't need because they carry the material with them. And sometimes they wear a mask if they feel like it. We showed pictures of the people in hospitals past 2-3 days. And it's very interesting. So coming out, being trained outside, because you can train anything like outside the old people's home, they took their gases and they went in themselves, the staff.
و خب این یک موقعیتی شد برای ما که متوجه شدیم به جای اینکه مستقیما وارد هد آفیس هر مؤسسه مخصوصاً بیمارستان ها بشیم، ما خیلی راحت میتونیم از طریق کادرهای فنی و کسانی که در قسمت‌های مختلف اونجا کار میکنن به راحتی این آب گنز و جام زندگی رو به دستشون برسونیم و با آغوش باز هم قبول میکنن.
We found a way now that instead of going to the management and all the protocols, we go in, we show the staff what it is, and they take it in with open arm because they have no answer. There is no answer. So now we found a way to get the material into these establishments by the staff who they see it and they get trust in it.
به خاطر اینکه اونها روزانه میبینن که افرادی رو که وارد بیمارستان میشن با بیماری کرونا متاسفانه با مرگ برمیگردن و این رو شاهد هستن و چون میدونن که کادر پزشکی هنوز نتونسته راهکاری برای اون پیدا کنه به راحتی از آب گنز استقبال کردن.
They see in the hospitals that everybody who goes in comes out dead. So they know they have no solutions. And when they see this, they accept it with open arms. بفهمی.
و خب باز این یک موقعیت دیگه‌ای برای ما شد که بتونیم از امروز جاهای مختلف و بیمارستان‌هایی رو که در استان‌ها هستن رو به این صورت شروع کنیم به کاور کردن بدون هیچ نگرانی، چون کادرهای که در بیمارستان یا مرکز درمانی کار میکنن تعداد اونها کم نیست و ما میتونیم به خوبی اونها رو ساپورت کنیم چون واقعا همشون نگران و ترسیده شدن. به خاطر همین به محض اینکه بچه‌ها میرن اونجا و راهنمایی میکنن با کاملا اطمینان پیدا میکنن و از این آب گنز استفاده میکنن.
This is the way we have found out to get into hospitals and health organizations through the staff getting confidence in it and they can see it and they take it up for it because they know you go in alive, you come out dead. There is something I have to add here. This is what we told you before. The Chinese government put many people in bed, they died. And they start cleaning up many of their centers closing because they're using the Keshe Foundation technology with their patients. This is one of the reasons you hear that they say they have overcome their opening, Chinese closing the hospitals. Not only they're disinfecting, these patients are, as they go through the process in 24, 48 hours, those who haven't died, they are literally cured using this technology. You will see, as we've been promised by the leadership of the Chinese government, Keshe Foundation will be thanked for service to the nation. You will hear it very soon. They have already told us. But in Iran, we don't have that position. Now we have to get over the bureaucracy of a government who's half dead, half in hospital, half scared, and half on holiday. What is interesting, excuse me, Mr. Mohammadi, I have to explain something. As I said to you, the pattern of the leadership follows the pattern of the people who work with them. And we've seen the ministers of Ahmadinejad lying to the people the same as Ahmadinejad. And ministers do not, with their contact inside the government and the senior advisors still, they refuse to take it up, but they want it for their homes and their own children. This is the problem you'll face in Italy and every other country. Mrs. Mohammadi, as I explained to you earlier on, let me explain. میخوام یه چیزی براشون تعریف کنم 1 دقیقه. جریان دیشب این خانم دکتر. Last night I explained to you on the emergency channel, we saw a doctor coming and explaining she's a doctor and her husband is a doctor and he's dying. He took the virus sometime before, but last Wednesday he was announced critical and he was taken into hospital. He was moved to a main Corona hospital from the city he was. That's 5 days, 6 days ago. And they tried every protocol, but he got worse and worse. So she found out about the Keshe Foundation and she came in and she says, somebody answer me, I'm a doctor. I need to save the life of my husband, who's a cancer specialist and a blood specialist, and I'm a doctor myself. And this came to the emergency unit. I said to the team, I take this myself because it was 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I informed Mrs. Shahri Mohammadi that this is, I'll take this case up because I can deal with the doctors direct. But Ms. Mohammadi in the background were already sending the material to be in the hospital with the doctor. And the material arrived. It was at the, what do you call it, control room. They managed to get it. Somebody ran it, got it, come back. And she said, I have 2 bottles in my hand. One has got a little bit of dusty thing at the end and the other one is clear, but it's in a green bottle. I said, I want you to do one thing. Do you know which one is salty, which one is sweet? You have to put your finger in it and to give me the taste and then tell me which one is which. She put her finger in the one with the dust in it and he put it in her mouth. And she said, shouting, wow. I said, what happened? And she said, this thing I put in my mouth just sent a shock through my body, through my brain. What is this? I said, Madam, you are 100% infected. And she said, after a few minutes, couple of minutes, says, you know something? I feel fresh. I feel something has gone out of my body. I said, you are infected. And she believed in it as a doctor because the first time she put her finger in the mouth, she got the full whack because she put her finger in a bottle which was shaken in travel, so it had some high energy in it. And when she tasted it, she could feel it. And she said, this is going to save my husband's life. Tell me what to do. And I went through step by step with her, step by step. I spent 2 hours exactly on my phone, 59 minutes on phone, and then another hour on the WhatsApp. She sent me a picture of the husband in the oxygen. And she sent me a picture. He's sitting up with no oxygen, just a nebulizer to get more vaccine. In less than 2 hours, I was asleep because it was nearly 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. A man has moved. I'll bring her in to explain to you. She's asleep at the moment. She will tell you. The medical teams have no choice. They're the front line. And the reaction I got from this doctor, the way the first touch, it saved her life, because now we know she's infected, and she knows she's infected, and I have a 10-year-old daughter. But the strangest thing is, this doctor has been sick for a week or two, and he's seen many patients before he was brought down. So now you can see how many people we got infected in that village. And Mrs. Mohammadi job is now to send a team in that village to cover the patients who got the disease from a doctor who was trying to save them. This is the problem with our medical team. This is why we have to save them, because they're in the front line and they get infected before they know it, days gone. So they infect everyone who they come across. خانم محمدی، درشون داشتم تشریح میکردم راجع به اون دکتر دیشب، دکتری که شما رو خط دیدین من،
بله
که وقتی که برای دوستان عزیز فارسی زبان صحبت میکنم، بعد متوجه شدن که وقتی که بهشون گنس رسیمی اولی انگشتی گوشتن تو آب گنس که ببینن کدوم شیرین و کدوم شور، وقتی گوشتن تو دهنشون چه شوکی بهشون زده شد، چه صدایی در آوردن، و بعدن گفتن که اصلا یه احساس دیگه ای دارن. گفتن این چیه؟ گفتم همینی که هست. گفتن حالا میفهمن، به این اعتماد دارن، و شروع کردن شوهرشون رو بهشون کمک کردن. و عکسی که داشتیم قبل از اینکه برن تو، شوهرشون 5 روز درگیر این مریضی هستن، در بیمارستان‌های مختلف بردنشون به بیمارستان دومی در مشهد و ایشون در حال خیلی بدی هستن. و وقتی ایشون اومدن تو خط کمک، به اون عکس فرستادن وقتی رفتن توی اتاق که شیشه‌ای بودن. بعد 1 ساعت بعدش، 2 ساعت بعدش یه عکس انداختن که ایشونشون حتی به اکسیژن مستقیم بودن، الان به یه نبولایزرن و نشستن تو تخت در از 2 ساعت. خیلی متشکرم خانم محمدی از شما و تیمتون.
خواهش میکنم. ما از شما متشکرم. ممنونم.
خواهش میکنم. دیگه بفرمایید.
عرض کردم چون ما در تعطیلات به سر خواهیم برد در 2 الی 3 هفته آینده و در واقع آقای کش ما این رو از شما یاد گرفتیم که هر چیزی که جلوی راه ما قرار میگیره که ما فکر میکنیم ممکنه یک سد راه باشه، ما از همون استفاده میکنیم ببینیم این چطور میتونه یک موقعیت بهتری رو برای ما باز کنه و ما از اون استفاده کنیم.
Ms. Pavadi explains, we learn from you, Mr. Kesh, that whenever there is a problem and difficulty, you use that problem and difficulty to overcome the problem, and it works. And this is what we learn. And we are heading for 3 weeks of holidays in Iran, and we had to find a way to be able to use this pitfall with everything shut in the benefit of the work of spreading the knowledge. بفهم.
با توجه به همین مسئله اکثر افراد مشهور هم در منازلشون هستن و امکان مسافرت و کارهای دیگه که روزمره داشتن الان ندارن، مخصوصا قسمت سینما، هنرپیشگان و مجریان تلویزیونی. به هر حال اینها تعطیلات نوروزیشون هم درگیر کارهای هنری هستن، ولی الان کلا تعطیل شده و این یک موقعیت برای ما به حساب میاد.
One thing to notice, the Iranian New Year is a most important part. It's the 12 days, the same as you copied it for Christmas in the West. And so everybody spends traditionally to travel and to go and see people, and the busiest time for actors and performers and television, because everybody is home, they want to watch and to be entertained. So it's a very busy time for radio, television, and entertainment groups of their style of life. And with this corona, they're all at home. They can't go anywhere. The entertainment is shut because they can't perform, because they get contaminated. So We saw this as an advantage and benefit to us, that we can use these people at home to be able to spread the message of the Keshe Foundation. I have to give you a background to it. Mrs. Mohammadi comes from this background with her brother and family in the television production and entertainment of the Iranian system. That's why she came up with this solution. Karim, بفرمایید.
بله. به خاطر همین ما دیروز کلا تمام روز رو درگیر این بودیم که یک سری ویدیوهایی رو آماده کردیم، ادیت کردیم با بچه‌های سینما و بسیار هم مشتاق شدن و خودشون شروع کردن به ایجاد یک کمپین یک جام یک زندگی سلبریتی های ایران و از امروز شروع میکنن گذاشتن این کمپین در اینستاها، تلگرام های شخصی این سلبریتی ها که همونجور که میدونین معمولا سلبریتی ها در تمام کشورها نه فقط ایران مخاطبان خیلی خیلی زیادی دارن و خیلی راحت میتونن این پیام رو خیلی سریع به دست خیلی خیلی از افراد برسونن و این یک موقعیت بسیار عالی بود برای ما.
What we did yesterday, we got the directors, producers, and the Entertainment Society of Iran together. We showed them the video of the people recovered. They understood, and they start producing videos and films very rapidly yesterday. And from today, most of the famous actors and actresses of Iran will put these videos with their message from them to the supporters about One Cup, One Life, how people around the world, the Iranians, can support themselves and teach others. From today, across the world, the Iranian famous actors, actresses, they are volunteering, the directors, for their supporters and the Iranian nation to inform them about One Cup, One Life of the Keshe Foundation. And we will see the results from today.
حتی دیروز یکی از فیلمبرداران معروف ایران که با ما بودن گفتش که ما فکر میکردیم که حداقل 2-3 هفته باید بریم استراحت کنیم، یک موقعیتی برای ما پیش اومده که بتونیم استراحت کنیم، ولی با این کاری که شما به ما گفتید ما حتی دیگه فکر استراحت هم دیگه نمیتونیم داشته باشیم، تازه کارمون شروع شده.
One of the very famous producers, film producers in Iran, being in a meeting yesterday, he says, I thought now for next 2-3 weeks because of Corona, I'm going to be home and rest because there's nothing we can do. But with what I've seen, my job has just started. There is no holidays. We have to save the nation.
ما گزارش هایی رو که امروز و فردا دریافت خواهیم کرد رو به اطلاع شما میرسونیم. همونطور که میدونید گروه کشه فاندیشن فارسی هر ساعت که شما نگاه کنید حداقل 2000 نفر در همون زمان در حال گفتگو هستن، چت کردن، سوال کردن و راهنمایی کردن و این نرمال نیست. یعنی هیچ گروهی رو ما در هیچ جای دنیا نداریم که در 1 ساعت یعنی در همون زمان 2000 نفر در حال پرسش و پاسخ باشن و این یک موقعیت بسیار عالی برای ما هست.
If you notice, it's very unusual to have 2,000 people simultaneously on one channel. But on the Iranian Farsi channel of the Keshe Foundation, all the time between 1,000 to 2,000 people are live online, line by line.
و ما تمام اینها رو از طریق ادمین های آموزش دیده که از قبل آماده بودن برای این موقعیت اونها رو به راحتی ساپورت میکنن، فقط داخل گروه نیست، خیلی از اونها رو میبرن داخل چت و راهنمایی رو انجام میدن باهاشون تا حتی به مرحله میرسونن اونها رو که تبدیل میشن به امدادگران بسیار آموزش دیده.
These people who come on this channel, as they come in and they learn, we teach them, and the support team teaches them one by one how to what you call, and train them to become the volunteers, the next support team. And it's very interesting how we are using this channel to train more people for Iran.
با توجه به قضیه که خانم دکتر دیشب که شوهرشون بیمار شده بودن و با توجه به که ایشون از مدت‌های قبل، یعنی از حداقل 2 هفته 3 هفته قبل در جریان آموزش‌های پلاسما و این جام زندگی بودن و حتی خود شما میدونین که در گروه پزشکان مخصوصی که از تمام ایران هستن اونجا هم حضور داشتن. اما متاسفانه فکری که ایشون داشتن و باعث تأسف من شد اینکه تمام راههایی رو که فکر میکردن جامعه پزشکی در اختیار پزشکان مملکت قرار میده رو ایشون پیش گرفتن برای درمان شوهرشون و وقتی که کاملا از همه اونها ناامید شدن یادشون افتاد که جایی جام زندگی هست.
She's explaining something I didn't know, so it's a surprise to me. I'll explain to you, you understand. Rick, can you go to other channel? I cannot get it to you. Go through your Zoom, please. I sent you a message. Could you please bring it up when I ask you, please? What Mrs. Mohammadi explaining is, the lady who called us last night at 12 o'clock asking for help, she is in the chat for past 2 weeks, and she is one of the members of the doctors which we have set up with SEPA and the Ministry of Health, and she has not believed in it, or she didn't carry on anything with it. She just sat there and listened and thought this happens to the others. And last night, after what happened to her husband, even for a week, she has tried all the tradition and the protocols from the hospital and hasn't worked. Knowing that her husband was dying, she came to the foundation. Even though she's been sitting in the government, SEPA, and the Keshe Foundation team for past 10 days, which we set it up. I didn't know this. It's very interesting. So in a way, the doctors themselves now sit in boards. They are aware of it. And she's gone through the whole national protocol. And now that she's seen she's losing her husband, everything has been tried. She told me she's waiting for, because she sits in the SEPA with us, she must have got through our channel of connection to the team in SEPA, asking them, do they have anything to help her? And she was telling me last night that SEPA is testing something very new in the hospital this morning, and they're going to send me what they have the result. And I know that the Keshe Foundation team is in SEPA today, testing. So in a way, she was going to the SEPA medical corona team to get what we gave to them to get to her. But she tried every channel. This is very surprising to me, because I don't see, in the way we set up the corona team with SEPA and the Ministry of Health and the members of the Iranian parliament, is that we don't disclose names. So we just see telephone numbers. This way everybody stays secure. All the members of the groups are in with one number, and we secure it that way. But these numbers goes to somewhere nobody knows, and they are protected because they're internationally covered. But the strange thing is, she has managed to get to Minister of Health. She's using herself as a senior doctor. Then she has tried all that since last Wednesday, when she went to the hospital where her husband was for 4 hours away, she was told me. And she brought him. She's so influential that she has managed to bring her husband from a district to the central corona hospital in a private room, and still didn't get any answer. She told me all the protocols used, and they're all getting worse. And now she's gone to SEPA medical team, which they said they're testing a new technology, which is the Keshe Foundation, is supposed to be tested there this morning. And she was waiting for the result from that test, but she got so critical that she approached the foundation. And the strange thing is how she put her question to us in the support team. She didn't come to the Keshe Foundation meeting committee to ask for help. She's gone directly to the public line of the Keshe Foundation. Now you understand how these doctors, even they know, as I told you, till it doesn't come to the last minute, they do not come to the foundation. We have taken all her communication. Yes, just hold it on. No, please hold on till I tell you, please.
Okay.
So now you understand how the situation is even with the doctors. Carry on, Mrs. Mohammadi.
البته خب خوشبختانه ما الان خوشحال هستیم که اون امکاناتی رو که باید به دست ایشون میرسید رسیده و ما مرتباً با ایشون در تماس هستیم. همین امروز صبح با هماهنگی یکی از گروه امداد در مشهد مقدار قابل توجهی هماهنگ کردیم گنز به دست ایشون برسونن همراه با
خوابن هنوز خانم
بله حالشون خوب نبود.
نه تلفن مثل که شوک شدن وقتی خودشون پی بردن که خودشون
بله البته ما با اینها صحبت میکنیم، یعنی فقط ارسال گنز به اونها نیست آقای کشه. ما از لحاظ روحی هم در موقعیت حساسی هستن. به هر حال استرس یک حالت نرماله و ما سعی میکنیم با صحبت کردن وقت گذاشتن با اینها اونا رو برگردونیم از اون حالت استرس برگردونیم به حالت آرامش، البته تا اونجایی که امکانش برامون هست.
What she's explaining is that this lady, the doctor, she is supported with this huge amount of gas today in Mashhad. She, as of course she's asleep. She just went to sleep about 4 hours ago. She said she's exhausted, and I was explaining to Ms. Mohammadi in Farsi that I would have been exhausted in the shock she realized she's contaminated herself. It took a lot of energy from her, the shock of knowing. And she said, Mr. Keshe, I have a daughter of 10 years old and she's with my mother. In a way that would I ever get a chance to see, would she ever see her father? And it's strange, but the Keshe Foundation team has already prepared everything for her in the hospital. What I asked the Mrs. Mohammadi to ask the support team in Iran to give her a very more than the normal amount we give usually, because once they see the change in one of the senior consultants in the area who's there and nothing can help him, I think the whole hospital would turn. And this is important for all of us. And thanks to the support team in Mashhad, you got to realize this has taken months to set up. And the wise person, they say, we call her Mother Teresa, Mrs. Mohammadi of Iran. She has foreseen everything. What are the possibilities? It's amazing. Every time we ask something, oh, she says it's already done. This is it, done there. And one woman single-handedly is running the whole of the operation, from administration to support team to the patients to the government. Everything, she's there. In a way, it's a devoted life to serve humanity. I thank you, Mrs. Mohammadi.
ما از شما متشکریم جناب کشه. یک صحبت دیگه این که این خانم با من صحبت کردن، گفتن که با بهبودی یافتن شوهرشون و به هر حال الان یک مقدار ریلکس تر شدن که میتونن راحت بخوابن، یک مقدار خیالشون راحت شده. ایشون گفتن که من با تمام مدارک پزشکی شوهرم میرم به همون سپاه که شما در جریانش هستین، مقر پزشکی سپاه. منتها چیزی که من بهشون گفتم شاید قابل باور برای خودشون نبود. گفتم ما با شما در تماس نیستیم به خاطر که شما بخواید کاری حتما انجام بدین. در وهله اول نجات شوهرتون، خودتون و دخترتون برای ما مهم هست. بعد اگر خود شما احساس کردین که وظیفه شماست که میتونید کاری انجام بدین، اون بستگی به خود شما داره. ما چیزی رو به شما تحمیل نمی کنیم.
What you got to understand, Mrs. Mohammadi is directly in touch with these doctors because she was based in Mashhad till last week, and they moved to Tehran because of the curfew which might come in. As she was talking, and we know she went home to rest, and Mrs. Mohammadi was telling me now she says she feels safe, and her husband is in a safe hand, and she can go home and rest. And she said, once this is completed in the next 24 hours, 48 hours, I take all the documents and I go to Sepah directly. Don't forget, she went to Sepah for help. Now she's going to Sepah to show her case to the Sepah team. They are aware of it, they are watching this case, that she can do everything, that it goes nationally for everyone. And what Ms. Mohammadi said, we don't want you to do that because of the foundation. You do what you like, because you save yourself, your child's life, and your husband, and that's all important to us. Whatever done or said is irrelevant. And our target, our what you call mission, is to serve, to save your husband, your life, and your child. We're not asking for anything, not even for you to report to Sepah. But Sepah has chosen this to watch very carefully, amongst others.
و این دقیقاً برمیگرده به اون صحبتی که شما گفتید، این یک فرصت هست برای بیداری روح‌ها و من فکر میکنم که این بیداری برای ایشون و شوهرشون ایجاد شده. متشکرم.
Mrs. Mohammadi says, as we said before, this is for souls to wake up, and this situation has woken up her soul, the doctor, how to be and how to serve. And it's in a way what we said, unconditional devotion to serve, and we seen the service. It is amazing. If you saw in the picture I've seen, he's on the life support, on a direct oxygen, not ventilator, because the only way they could keep his oxygen level at 97 was a direct feed. He would have died. He would die. And 2 hours later, he's off the oxygen through nebulizer, through the gas at the bottom of the sack, and sitting up on the bed in less than 2 hours. And she's videoing and recording everything. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammadi. We have many, many videos we can show you. I just received 1 or 2 in the background. People have old lady with one spray in one hand and a jar of the gas in the other hand. It says, this has saved my life and my family. And her son is in intensive care for, he is the head of the Corona division for a district, and he's got it. He is in the hospital. The brother is what do you call it, Keshe Foundation support team, going to the hospitals with no mask and nothing. One brother who was blaming him, you're wasting your time with this thing, going to villages giving it. Now he is in bed in the Corona hospital, recovering from the Corona, using the GANS technology, and the brother takes pictures with him. The nurses and the doctors are all in masks, and he is there without. And the brother who said to him not to do anything is in bed with the Corona, head of Iran, the section of the what we call Corona, which he has, and the other brother is spraying the hospital, and literally without any masks, and the doctor himself and the nurses all in masks, and in a way he saved his brother's life. They could not do, he is apparently badly affected. They're still keeping you under observation, and the mother says he is in hospital, they won't let him come because he's still there sitting. And I send you these pictures because if you like to share, this is Tehran, is a picture of Keshe Foundation, one of the most devoted people in Keshe Foundation I know. He hasn't stopped, he saves hundreds of lives up to now. He single-handedly has saved many, many lives across Iran. He goes to villages with no mask, he says, I'm covered. He says, my biggest worry is if I cannot save a life. And up to now, he has controlled 32 people and taught many people in the villages. And they call him, he's become a god, they call him. Rick, I sent you, it's coming through on the secure line, pictures of him. You watch, this is 2 days ago in Iran. The man without a mask. Oh, let me do it. I'll do it here. Just wait, I'll go online on my Zoom. I think it's easier, then I can control and join. I'm gonna show you this. I forgot I have got the phone with me. Mrs. Mohammed, is there anything else you want to say, please?
Okay. ویدئویی که شما 2 روز پیش تهیه کردید برای ما فرستادید، البته میدونم خیلی اذیت شدیم و ما اصرار کردیم که این ویدئو حتما سریع به دست ما برسه. همون ساعت اولی که ما در اینترنت قرار دادیم 18,000 نفر فقط ساعت اول بازدید داشته این ویدئو و این بسیار بسیار عالی بود، به خاطر اینکه همونطور که میدونید الان تمام مردم راجع به کرونا صحبت میکنن و دیگه یک چیز عادی شده براشون. به خاطر ما فکر کردیم که باید یک حرکت دیگه رو انجام بدیم بالاتر از این صحبت‌های و اخباری که راجع به کرونا همه پخش میشه و عادی شده. از اون حالت عادی ما باید بیاریمش بالاتر و اصرار ما برای اینکه شما این ویدیو رو هرچه سریعتر برای ما ارسال کنید دلیلش این بود و این بسیار بسیار عالی داره جواب میده. خیلی عالی. ممنونم آقای
Khaishkam, I have to explain to you a background. About 3-4 days ago, the Keshe Foundation team, Mrs. Mohammadi, asked me to make a video addressing the nation in regarding to the virus and what we can do. We brought in a camera crew and we made a 10 minutes recording directly addressed to the Iranian nation by the Keshe Foundation and the support of the government. And in a way, the way I gave a gift to the Chinese on their New Year, this was a gift to the Iranians on their New Year. And this video was done professionally and was sent to Tehran. And Mr. Mohammadi says, the minute we received it within hours, it was put on certain servers. And in one server, 18,000 people watched it within the first hour. And it's given a lot of hope to Iran, to the Iranians. And now they're using this video right across. It's a video in a way, the back of to what they've done and giving confidence to the nation. You got to realize a nation in distress needs to be calmed and to be, in a way, being given confidence. Our leaders are not there to do. We are there to support, and up to now, it's past many, many thousands. And most probably it'll be used in the campaign because it addresses the nation and how a nation can support itself. We are not in Iran or any other country to use the situation to split or try to say. We work as part of and within the structure of the nation and government. One nation, one cup, one life, one language, one government, whatever you call it, needs unification, not taking advantage of the time to say you're correct or you're wrong or you did something wrong. And with this, we are changing the situation in Iran. And this is what we did not get from the Chinese government. And it's shameful what is done by CPC to the Keshe Foundation is stealing it. And you got to realize something very drastic happened last week. Last week, in the Chinese teaching, a lot of you did not realize the voice of a Chinese telling another Chinese that he is working with the military, is part of the military and making the guns of the Keshe Foundation but they don't want the foundation or the cash to be mentioned because it's got to be Chinese. And he understood that the Chinese leadership were sitting there, the CPC and the head of the state were listening to that broadcast. They realized they sent the head of the nation to Wuhan City by a stolen technology. And this brought a huge shame to the Chinese administration. A lot of you just listen to the teachings, but we target our work for benefit of the nation. And in a way, what you saw, by President Xi going to Wuhan City, which we showed the videos of it, the pictures of it, it's all over the internet, was done by the use of the Keshe Foundation plasma technology. And then they were told, the leaders, this is the army development, which in a way, the voice recording of the officers and the Keshe Foundation, what we call team, was a clear stealing of technology and changing name. And it's an embarrassment to the Chinese nation. And in a way, gives a lot of voice to the administration of President Trump, that the Chinese do nothing but steal technology. And this way, in a way, they got caught red-handed. And President Xi has to respond back in how he attended a meeting in public saying they have overcome the virus by stolen technology, and then they show it to their own people as theirs. And this has brought a massive shame to the Chinese nation and the Keshe Foundation supporters. And some of them, they said after that it's the right of the Chinese to take the technology because you gave it to us. We gave you a gift. You respect the gift, not steal a gift, change it. And this is one of the biggest problems we have met in China at the highest level, from CPC down to the man on the street. It does nothing but the stealing. Stealing technology, stealing people's lives. And this has to change in the state of China. My call goes to His Excellency President Xi. Change the course of the nation as long as you're the head, or the nation will change the course for China. When the people know the truth, how many people have died and how many people have been shot alive, and the firing squads being on the street on hunger, I don't think many of them will be kind to the Chinese administration. We are all one family, and we are all there to serve. And it's the beauty of what has happened. Last week, program was listened by many of the world leaders. They knew we have a message. And when we released the writing and the voice recording of them telling how they stolen technology and they're producing 1 ton of guns a day, military, it became embarrassment to the Chinese nation. In a way, by their own voice, they confirmed this deal. And this should not be a habit of a nation which is given a gift. We did not ask for anything. We just wanted to help your nation. They did the same thing with the pig trial. They stole and they thought we don't know. They did the same thing with agriculture. This nation does nothing but steal. And in so many ways, I understand why Bill Gates has such a frustration and released such a huge virus on them, because they stole so much from him. Everything he developed in Microsoft, they stole. He stole and they stole from him. We didn't steal, we brought the knowledge of God. And you stole from us. That's why we took the love of God from your nation. I want to show you something. You understand how the virus is in Iran. And I show you the man who's devoted his life to serve. It's very, very, very interesting.
Can I show the pictures now, Mr. Keshe, or did you want to?
Mr. Keshe.
Let me do it, please.
Okay.
Just 1 second. I'll bring it up because I want to explain it in a very easy way. You have it, I guess, send it to you if I cannot come in. just 1 second. Wait.
Mr. Keshe, can I say something very small meanwhile you prepare?
Yes. I am prepared. I never go unprepared. Just wait. Wait, little chicken. Wait. Okay, let me show this. The man you see on the right is a Keshe Foundation volunteer, one of the support teams in northeast of Iran. He is in the most secure corona hospital in the district. You see a doctor next to him, how he's covered and how he's covered. Now you see him with a bald head in the background. That's the brother. He is the head of corona for that district. And he blamed his brother for weeks that you're wasting your time. What is this you're doing? And in the hospital, he is there with a mask and he's disinfecting the whole hospital. And you can see him, he's receiving all the things and he's there without a mask. But I want to show you something else. This shows how confident the two brothers are. We have other pictures which I would like to share. And it is amazing how this knowledge has helped the man who is supposed to help the what we call the corona team of Iran. They are dying, the people who are sitting at the head. How do you expect to make a decision for the others? And strange enough is that this brother is putting everything on the internet. How he has helped his brother. The videos with the brother holding the bottle of the Gans, and he says thank you to the Keshe Foundation that they have sent him this this material to help him, because he knows there is nothing that can help them. I don't have the video. I cannot see. If I find it, I send it to you in the next program. That the head of the corona of district is using the gas inside the hospital. Mrs. Mohammadi, do you have that video? The one which the two brothers showing he's taking a video with holding a bottle of gas with him.
Yes, I have.
Can you send it to me that we can play it? Or if you want, you can share it directly yourself to go on the screen share and share.
Just a moment. I send you by Telegram.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you very much. I want to show you something else, which I've shown in the other side on the other teaching, or maybe in the last week teaching. And this is what I want to explain. The difference between Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers in Iran and president of a nation taken hostage by the stolen technology, that he does not know one thing. I want to show you this. I've shown this before, and I show this again in this teaching. I want you to understand one thing. This is the picture of the Iranian knowledge seekers with a bottle of gas. If you open up the picture, you will see on the table. They're learning, they're using it, no masks, they're safe. This is a gift accepted. Now you see the president of a nation still wearing a mask because he didn't understand the beauty of a technology given to him as a gift, and he was stolen. If he would have been told what the knowledge seekers in Iran know, you see next to him is military, the people who stole the technology. They would have told him, you don't need a mask. You live free like Iranians. This is a difference when we say a nation is accepting a technology with the pleasure of it. These people will celebrate the Iranian New Year and the firework of the last 2 days. We celebrate the last Tuesday night with firework in Iran for thousands of years. We say goodbye to the old year and the new year starts. And these people celebrated it. And the most powerful man in the world has to be on the mask and the cover. Nobody told him, take the mask off, you're safe. You can see the way the Chinese sit with the stolen technology, not knowing how safe you are. And you see a nation who accept the technology to open up. What is interesting for us is the governments understand the beauty of this technology. It's for governments to understand how easily they can safeguard the beauty of the nation when a gift is given. I want to show you, I'll send you a video, Rick.
Mr. Kesh,
Yes.
can you check your WhatsApp? This is
Pardon?
this video. Check your WhatsApp, please.
Just 1 second, please.
And also, we were getting an echo there.
Yes, I have to move my my thing. Just 1 second. I have to check. What I want to show you is this video. I send it to you, Rick, and you can do it because I don't know why I cannot load up videos on my Zoom for months. I send you this on your channel, and you put it to be played, and then you understand who is using, how is using, and the way the Corona Keshe Foundation saved life in Iran. Meanwhile, till this gets to you, can you put the what I send you in Farsi, please, Rick?
Okay, yep.
What you see is a daily protocol sent by doctors in Iran to all the Keshe Foundation supporters in Iran. This is a protocol which all the followers and the people who come, can you play it from the top to bottom? That's all of it, yeah. This is a daily protocol which is need to people to go into the given site when you choose a volunteer from each chat to what you call to go to and get it translated rapidly. And it changes every day, a new protocol. Because we can't translate it when it's translated by Google, it loses its meaning. And the Keshe Foundation team in Iran is so busy with this that they cannot do all this unless the Iranian outside Iran want to translate this. It's very strange. The Keshe Foundation teaching, head of teaching Hassan, Dr. Hassan in US, offered the technology to Americans, and they went on a Google and they said, this guy is a criminal. He has 660,000 cash facts about cash on it. We don't want to know. We said, okay, let your nation die. The Iran survives. You believe the lies of the Belgians and the Germans. You pay for it the way you lied to the nations with everything else. So this protocol stays as it is. And each group, if you appoint a person which you trust, we allow them to link up to the special website. It's not a website, it's a chat that they can update everything, and then you have to translate it, because I leave all the protocols there immediately as it happens. I usually leave a protocol with a chat with the SEPA and the Iranian Health and the team of doctors that the protocol has changed, so they have everything on record. They know how to handle everything. Would you like to play the video I sent you?
Okay. Just get that lined up here.
Mr. Cash, while waiting for the video, just very small.
No, just wait,
Okay.
please. This is the head of, yes, while you're doing it, this is the head of the Corona for east of the Iran in the district. And he's the brother of one of the volunteers. And he is critically ill, but you see when he was taken critically ill, but now you see him, and I'll translate for you. Carry on, please. This is the gas water, and you see the jar of gas on top of life in the hospital. And this is the brother who's taking a video of his brother and telling him what to do. And you see him, he's holding the bottle of gas. The head of
بیمار کرونایی مثبت هستم.
He says, I'm a corona positive patient. I'm 3 days drinking from this corona water from the Keshe Foundation that's given to me. And I'm drinking it. In these 3 days, I've been given, they're giving me chemicals too. My condition is good. I'm good. And I'm getting better
چجوری
every day.
میان این کارو میکنن؟ مثلا به چه شکل؟
How do they come to help you? I drink every day twice, and they wash my body, and they spray me with the gas water. And they sprayed on me, we spray my body with it. Till this forsaken virus leaves this nation and all will recover. This is the man who was saved by his brother. And the truth is, we are all brothers. And you can see, if it wasn't because of the other brother, he most probably be dead. One of the numbers. It takes a nation years to educate these elite scientists and people who run hospitals. And it takes days to lose it to this corona. And now ours, the way is evolving. And this is in the most advanced corona hospital in northeast of Iran. You don't see huge public rooms. He is one of the heads and is especially looked after as elite as possible. Anything else you would like to add, Mrs. Mohammadi?
آقای کشه، وقتی که شما گفتین که ایران قرار هست که مهد این دانش باشه، ما از قبل فکر کردیم که این دانش اول باید توسط مردم ایران در واقع تست بشه، یعنی این رو با خیال راحت در زندگیشون داشته باشن و این اعتماد رو در سایر مردم دنیا به وجود بیارن که این دانش رو دارن و دارن ازش استفاده میکنن و وقتی میخوان اینو آفر کنن، اینو هدیه کنن به بقیه مردم دنیا، با اطمینان بیشتری مردم دنیا به طرف اونها جلب میشن.
Mrs. Mohammadi says that I always said that Iran become the cradle of this new knowledge. And she says that now with this knowledge, with this virus, we are teaching all the Iranians that they accept it with their heart and they understand it. And then because we accept it and we can show it like this, that we can save life, Iran become the cradle of knowledge that they can teach the others. And when we teach the others how to do it like us, they believe us because we've been through it and we trusted the technology. بفهم.
آقای کشه، ما یک مصاحبه‌ای داریم باید ضبط بشه از طریق صدا و سیمای مرکز فارس. اگر که اجازه بدین، اجازه مرخصی بدین، من در روزهای آینده گزارشات بهتری رو خدمت شما ارسال میکنم. متشکرم از اینکه با ما.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mohammadi explains she has to leave. They have an interview with Tehran television, what they call Sada and Sima, and she has to leave because they had their recording in Iran. In 2 districts of Iran, they start releasing the information, the Cup of Life, and it's been met with a lot of people with a lot of enthusiasm and a solution. So different districts of Iranian channels since yesterday start asking they want to record how to be done. We think within next 2 days, 3 days, the Iranian nation televisions will cover this frequently till we managed to get it through, and she had to leave because she has to give a live interview to the television. It's got through Iran, and anybody wants to believe it or not, the nation of Iran will survive and will get through to it. It's a beautiful face to see. You should have seen his picture the first day. The brother went to hospital because he sent us the picture. He says, I want to save my brother's life, and I'm here. And 3 days later, you can see a man with hope, a father, and most probably a son, because not most probably, I can play the picture of the mother, the video she has sent us, thanking the foundation. She has a spray in one hand like him and a bottle in the other hand. Says, thank you to this water for saving my family and my son. I sent you the video.
Yeah, do you want me to play that other video?
Which other video do you have?
Yeah, the one that you sent me of him and his brother, and they're giving the victory sign and so on.
Yes, please. I sent you another picture, a video, which, sorry about the echo, Rick, I'm too close for you.
Okay, I'll play this video then.
Yeah, I sent you a second one. You saw the brother. Now you see the mother thanking for saving. He says, look, he's a coronary, and he's a doctor, and they're all covered with masks. And he says, look at me. He says, look at him, coronary. And you see his face 2 days before, losing hope, and you see his picture 2 days later. There are 2 brothers. Actually, they look too similar to each other. And have you received the other video, Rick?
Just came in. Let me get it teed up here.
And you see the mother of these men thanking the foundation for saving their lives. And she says, by the way, it's reduced my inflammation of my ankle, which I had, and he has reduced my sugar diabetes.
So there are side effects to the treatment.
We do not allow.
But they're good side effects.
Good
This
side.
is the difference. The other treatments have a long list of bad side effects.
But this is what she has seen. We don't promote this because our job is Corona. And now you see the two brothers, one saving the other life. He saved his own family, the mother and the children. This is the mother of the two men. Would you like to play?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. مردم
In the name of God.
این پروفسور نماینده شو فرستاد اینجا.
He says this professor has sent his volunteer here. He is the head, my son is the head of the corona of the hospital. He's got corona. He came home 3-4 days and stayed with us. We never started this video. They put him in a hospital. We spray with this. We drink the water. This is nothing to harm. I went for 20 times.
الان هم مچ پام خوب شد،
هم
کرونی ما رفت شد، فقط برای این اسپری و برای این دارو. اینم آب و دستوری که اون پروفسور داده. حالا دیابت هم 200 تا بود شده 140. با خوردن غذا اگر صبحانه نمی‌خورد قبل از صبحانه می‌گرفتم شاید کمتر بود.
If you wouldn't have breakfast, it would have been lower. This is good for everything. He's asking if your son in the hospital. He says, my son is still in the hospital. They don't let him come home because he's good, but they have to keep him there. And this is the mother. You can see the beauty of the technology, irrespective of language, color, race, and religion. I said to an Iranian doctor very recently, I wonder the West will accept the Keshe Foundation technology, which came from Iran, and change their name as the Chinese did, the same as they did with accepting the Mitraism and change their name of it to Christianity and Vatican. Is it the second time the Iranian culture touches the world of Catholicism and the West, but this time with knowledge and the belief in the Creator? As I said, it's the job of a father to look after his children. And according to the international data, we all crossed in the Asian and the European American continent through the Strait of Hormuz, and we're all one family. And the oldest member of the family is the job of the Iranian nation to look after his children. Chinese, English, German, American. We all come from the same point. This is how we are one nation. You can imagine this mother would have been crying for the loss of the son on the other side of the picture. And it's the Iranian New Year in 2 days' time. Most probably she'll have him home. And the beauty of it is they can kiss and cuddle, the same as what we do for New Year. Because they all know they're safe. Thank you very much, Dr. Asadi, Dr. Babur in Iran, who relentlessly, day and night, you're teaching other doctors and the whole team to protect them. And I'm ashamed for the Sepah of Iran, and the Ministry of Health of Iran that they are so short-sighted and they all escape to their offices and their hospitals and their coffins. I want to see, I'm sure we'll see the pictures in the next few days when he goes home, and then you understand. Man's body is made of water, and the only way you can save it is through the water, and this is the water of life. And the beauty of it is, it's so simple to save it. This is a live, what do you call it, version of it called Stephanie. Yes, Stephanie, tell us. Stephanie, you wanted to explain something. Is she still there?
Still on the list, yes. Stefania, are you
Yes,
there?
yeah.
Oh,
okay, yeah, I'm here. I just want to say, this is really, really beautiful, and I felt very empowered from for this video, and I wanted to say that you always, Kesh, said this to us when we were in the Mojang, that weaknesses, they can be turned into strength. No, and so I think this is the time that if we work united now, we can learn from the Iranian, we can learn from the Chinese, and the people who are in the front line, like you just showed, we can learn from the way Mrs. Mohammed, she's organized this team. We can do this worldwide. Like you said, we are one family. So if we do this worldwide, from now, we don't need to wait. For now, we organize this team where people can move and because they're not affected as much as other countries. So the country who are not affected or affected less, that is a time for them to get organized, to buy the material, to organize the team, to learn from the country who are already been affected. In this way, those people who are not affected can support better the ones who are not affected, because they already have no fear, already have no problem. They already learn how to be dealing with the virus. So and this can become, a very beautiful, can be the best things ever happened in humanity if we get together now. No point to wait. I know that for some people who are far away, because this happened to me a month ago, you showed the technology in China, and I thought I really felt for Chinese people, but I was feeling far away from it, far away. So and now I start to become in the middle of it, and now I had no material, I'm not organized, double of the job. So and this can be all avoided. So if everyone who is far away and not being affected get organized and learn from other people, maybe mistake, we can turn all weakness into strength. You always said to me this in the Mojang, you always said every weaknesses can become a point of strength. So this can be the best things ever happen for everyone if we learn from each other. So I'm already thinking, okay, let's start to, for the Italian, copy Iran, but not just Italian. Why just Italia? Every country. So no need, no. We don't need to convince anyone. We don't need to. We're gonna convince from the fact, like you show today's. You know. So we can learn from each others.
Thank you
yeah.
very much.
Sorry,
You know what I suggested to one of the doctors, and I suggest to the people who do this. Those of you who use the technology like these brothers in all the nations, make a badge, put on it, KFSSI, I'm free of a virus. And you know, in the time of Holocaust, the Germans forced the Jews to wear a tag to show who's Jew. Now we should use the Keshe Foundation KFSSI logo, that anybody you see on the street with it, you know is safe. You can cuddle. He says, thank you. And bring the nation back to security. When as many people wear these badges, then the whole nation will move. Just wear a badge of KFSSI. Just make it with a picture. Write it with a pen. Doesn't have to be colorful. Just write, I'm protected with plasma technology, KFSSI. Or just make a badge, KFSSI, and anybody on the street knows you're protected. So simple. We need to bring the confidence back to the nations. Otherwise, nations will start tearing apart. As I said, who is going to go for a funeral of any of the world leaders except themselves? Because everybody is scared they might catch one. Or would they attend a funeral standing 2 meters apart and still shaking under the skin? American administration, the Chinese administration, the Russian administration, the same as Italian and the Brazilian. You're all online. We see you in the background. It's for you to move. Not to let your nation move, that you will not be there to make a move. They'll remove you from office because you were incompetent to protect the nation when the cure, what you called yourself with vaccines, did not work. It'll be interesting to put the picture of the Iranians happy with Gantz and the president of a nation, President Trump, President Xi of China, imprisoned behind a mask and in the White House, which is nothing but black and red with blood of people. You remember what I said? Eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth? Did he take a life? And he was so proud. Now, is he going to pay with a life for the life he took? He took the man who was loved by a nation because he kept the nation safe. He took his life. He was dear to the Iranian nation because he served the whole of international community with literally shutting down all the terrorist groups. Now, would he pay eye for an eye? We watch and see. You take a life, you give a life. According to what I heard last few hours, 20 top politicians and world leaders have been contaminated by him in the meeting since return from India. And his daughter happy in what bribes she took in India. I think you'll make a golden statue and a golden tomb. That's all you're worth, all the briberies and killing. In the West, it'll come the same in China. Nobody will give banknotes to no one because it's contaminated. In Europe, when you go to a shop, they have drawn a meter line. You cannot cross. Supermarkets have a line. You cannot cross. We have become a prisoner of money. The banking system will collapse if it goes for another 2 to 3 weeks. In the West, Chinese have one bank, they covered everything. And they did the best trick on the Americans, as I said. They allowed all the American shares companies in China drop to near zero, and they bought all the zeros. Now, without spending much, they own all the investments in their country. They had the cash. They just press a button and paid for the shares. In the West, we don't have this. And many of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers coming to us for help because they have no food to eat. And they have nothing to support their families because everything has been so sudden. We open the donation channels into Keshe Foundation head office to support these. Keshe Foundation Australia has opened a channel. They wanted to charge for units. I said, no, we try to submit and support. Let them just pay for the postage. And the Keshe Foundation website for Australia is open today. And it's there to support you. Jim, are you in the background? Jim?
Kesh, yes, I'm here.
The table is yours. Take over, please.
Thanks.
We need a huge amount of financial support in the foundation to be able to support free units and be able to support the team of the Keshe Foundation to be able to support humanity. We have received less than $250 of donation in the past 30 days in the foundation. We support ourselves, but it's amazing you come here to take everything, but you don't put anything. But it's okay. We still can survive, we still operate. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So what we've done is we've spent the last year developing. Initially, we've developed a training program for the agriculture side, and this is basically how we sort of launched the Australian website, KFM Australia, was to sort of develop the technology and try and create training programs for people so that we can make it easier for people to get a grasp of this technology. Because I think all of us are finding that when we talk to people, particularly with the virus and making the ganses, and it's quite a disconnect. People find it very, very hard to explain, and then the people asking that, that you're explaining to, they find it very, very strange and difficult. So we had in mind, say, started last year to create a training program because of my agricultural background. Decided to focus on creating something about that focused on the farming, agriculture, and the environment. So what we've done is we've created a training program, and we call this the Plasma Ecosystems. And through this training program, we then will deliver the theory and practical applications of plasma science and GANS technology. And on the website, what we've done is we've essentially created two websites. The one is the KFM Australia, and from here, we've created a separate website for the plasma ecosystems, which goes into a lot of detail. So I will go there just now. I'll just briefly go through this site. So we basically will look at, through the site, we go into the other website, and then we also will go into the training program. And we also have links then to the main foundation and to the KFSSI website. So people can then travel there. And then we've got the training program, and we also have the option there for the One Cup, One Life kits, which I'll come back to at the end. So this website is then just becomes a bit of a landing page to go to the different places that you'd like to go to. And so I will just briefly go to the Plasma Ecosystems website. And this particular website then we've dedicated to all the information that is available in our training program. So it gives a glimpse and insight into what people can learn about the technology, how they can apply the technology, the benefits and the effects of the technology. So how it can help you. It gives you an idea of higher yields. People can read up on some of the benefits there. The benefits of low cost of fertilizers, increased soil fertility, reduced pest, drought mitigation, and for animals. So essentially, this website will give you little snippets of information that's going to be in the training program. If you want to focus on the farming side, then when we go into that farming page, it will give you a bit more detail for those farmers wanting to find out what sort of information and the benefits this technology offers. And so again, it's increased yields, extending growing seasons, nutritional content, reduced water, chemical inputs, and so on. So we give a little insight into what you can expect and what you can benefit from using this technology, and what you can gain from the training program. And this page also gives you some idea of the experiments that have been done by many knowledge seekers around the world that have shared their knowledge. And all this information is then again in that training program. So, this website, if you go through it, there's quite a bit of information in here. It details the information that you expect to learn in the course. We also just have a page where we have a link just to give people an idea of what plasma science and technology is all about. So a brief introduction there, introduction to Mr. Kesh there, and Kesh Foundation, and a bit of a timeline on the history of the foundation. Now we now go into the training program. What we've done is, because there's just so much information out there and it's in so many different videos, what we did was we've gone through and we've looked at all the public videos and the private videos, and what I did was I compiled a work manual, or sort of a textbook summary of all those videos, and we created that workbook which goes part of your program. And then along with that, you will get a link to a separate website where you can then view the videos of where that information was taken from. So that workbook goes step by step, giving you a summary of the information, and then as well as the link to the video of where that information was. And essentially, we have a progression of the knowledge purely focused on the agriculture and the plants and animal side and environment side. This page here will give you an idea of the contents in the book, what is available. Go through that book, and when you look at the training program, let's say you get your book with the link to the private website where all the videos are held. So we've aimed this program at, we have charged a reasonable amount for the program. It's $1,490 in Australian dollars, because we're aiming to, this program is aimed at those sort of scientists, government organizations, people involved in the environment. This is where we've aimed this program at. It's would be a very intense program. You probably take between 6 months and a couple of years to actually go through this program. There's just such a lot of information. So this workbook is 400 pages of information, and there's around 120 hours of video which accompany this. So it's a very intense, focused program aimed at the sort of the agricultural and environment market. And with this cost, the whole idea is so that we can also raise money so that we can do further training programs in different aspects of the technology at a later stage. So that gives us an idea of, you can go through this website and give you a really good idea of what you can expect to achieve in that training program. And I'll just go back to KFM website, and then I'll just end off by talking about the One Life kits. What we've done here in Australia is we've sort of been watching what is happening around the world, and fortunately we have had some time to start preparing, unlike many other, China and Iran, which didn't have much time. So with that in mind, what we've done is created the kit for the One Cup, One Life. So you've got all your components, everything's wired together, ready to go. All you have to do is put it in your glass with your salt water and off you go. As we discussed it with Mr. Kesh in terms of whether to charge for this or not, and sort of agree that we would not charge for this product. What we do ask is that the people pay a donation of what they can afford, and if you can't afford anything, you just have to pay for the postage, and we can send you your kits. If you can donate, then you can donate, because any money that is donated at least helps us to provide kits for other people that can't afford it. And at this stage, we have limited the numbers to 4 per person, as we've experienced our toilet roll story in Australia here, where everybody's gone mad and purchasing toilet rolls and we can't get any more. We just decided to put a limit on these kits so that we don't experience the same problem. A lot of these kits then are aimed at the sort of Australian, New Zealand market, where we can at least dispatch them fairly quickly and distribute them around the country as the virus develops in our country. So I do sort of, please go through these 2 websites and please enjoy the information that is there. And try and support us in any which way that you can. And then obviously we can give back to the community as much as we can as well.
Thank you very much, Jim. Thank you very much for your work with Lisa and Keshe Foundation team in Australia. You got to realize we call it Australia, but it's a huge continent. To get one of these from Sydney or wherever to another side of the country, it's got to cross the whole continent. They say it's easier to go from east, it takes less to go from the east of Australia to another part than to go from one end of Australia to another. Thank you very much, Jim. Let me explain to you something going back to what I said at the beginning. Because we have found a solution to Corona, the Keshe Foundation team in the background is looking beyond. And that's like why you see these websites. For us, Corona is a result. It's just that when your nation and governments come to accept it and take it up, because it has to go like in Iran on national television. It has to be on the televisions and taught on regular basis till the nation within days save itself. So launching of this and other things with the Keshe Foundation is we are looking beyond it. We are not getting, we were involved, we spent 8 weeks on it. We have seen the beauty of it in Iran. We saw the stealing of it in China. And now we are hoping that we can support the rest of the family across Europe and America and South America. And this agricultural part is what is and what is going to be afterwards. We announced the launch of a new product on the agriculture. It was launched in China this week. Is actually product will be start delivering. We can deliver next week or next month, I should say. Is an agricultural unit which we can adjust to the product, to the whatever you need, with being the animal care, be it for corn, be it for rice, be it for whatever. This unit is a pallet size unit. And the whole unit is fully automated, electronic controlled, everything else. And it comes self-assembly. It'll come to a height of 2.20 meters. We will show the product in next couple of weeks. And today has been offered to the Chinese farming units, because in the West at the moment with locking them up the transportation in China, our team has started offering in China for 100,000 RMB, which is around about 12,000 euro. With this, you have access to everlasting of no need for fertilizers, no need for herbicide, no need for pesticide. And the system can support up to 1 million square meter. So they don't have to worry about it. Am I going to buy more fertilizers, more this, more that? They continuously use, and it's unlimited source of fertilizer for about 12 months, a year, but they can keep on repeating it. And the same is available to animal care, for farming, for not giving antibiotic to animals and the rest. It'll go on this side and the main side of the Keshe Foundation. And it is, as it is, around about 12,000 euro plus shipping, and any taxes is paid at the point of import. It's a beautiful freestanding unit and will help the farmers to increase the harvest, reduce their cost, and it's a permanent feature in most of the farming areas very soon. We have geared up to produce up to 10,000 units per month in China, and the surplus stock will be produced in Iran, most probably in the city of Mashhad, where we see with the group we can work there. So it'll be distributed and sent out across China and the Western world through Iran and China. Keshe Foundation team, which will be set up the whole procedure. Very simple. You can even buy it for your home. We will offer this technology, this material, this unit at 12,000 euro for cleaning up the cities to the governments. after this corona situation. Like air conditioning system, you place it on the roof of the house or in the garden in the big cities, and you extract pollution of the CO2 from the atmosphere. This will clear a clean atmosphere in cities. This is something which we already has been discussed by the Keshe Foundation team in Tehran with the mayor office of Iran in Tehran. And you most probably see it implemented after this crisis, which we think we are over for Iran, to create a clean air in Tehran in the next 12 months. The same will be delivered to any government, any country, the same system. And the beauty of it is we buy back the product. The Keshe Foundation, in a way, gives with a return technology, which means we buy back the gases you produce in extraction of CO2 for other purposes, which at the moment is not open to public. And if you are a philanthropist of clean environment, not only you clean up the atmosphere of the city by buying a unit, you can make an income for it or allow it to be used for better environment in your area. We launched the whole unit, hopefully within the next 2 weeks. It's just a bit of packaging and shipping left to complete, as I hear, and reducing the size. They compacted it than being upright. So we can ship more, we can develop more systems with it. And it'll be sold in the foundation website and the Australian farming unit. Easy to carry, easy to assemble, plug and play. And as I said, it's in China as of today has been offered at 100,000 RMB, which is around about 12,000 euro. Originally, we priced this at 20,000. We sold to Italy. And now, because of the advancement and everything else, we reduced it to around about 12,000. And then we negotiated with governments in larger scale production. It's more or less like a solar cells. It extracts CO2. And if we decide in the future, they become power generators. We discuss that later on through the Keshe Foundation operation. Any other question? We're running into over, am I correct, 4 hours, 5 hours?
I would like to just finish with very small, like, because you said to me, which is my job. So my job is a lot of time to make people recover for back pain when there's nothing the doctor cannot do and nothing about it. And what we do, the only way to recover from something that sometimes you see no solution is to focus on what you can do. And always, for example, when I make recovery movement from people who are paralyzed, I'm making visualize that they can move. So first of all, keep the vision, positive vision. That's why you always say to us in the Mojang, it's important to have a common vision. So in these times, it's very important that we all have a common vision, that it's peace in the world. That's why you also suggest many times in the past to sign the peace treaty. And so I see that one as a parallel of my work when I make people visualize they can move their arms, and they eventually will start to move their arms. And then at the same time, regarding the problem, the way to sort a problem is to focus on the things you can do. So each one of us in the world right now can do something. And we just need to focus, like now, someone focus on the food, someone focus on many things. Each one of us, we have something we can do. When you focus on what you can do, in the back, when you have a back problem, you focus, so you got problem in the back, and you cannot move your back. If you focus on your pain of your back, then the problem becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. But when you focus on the movement of your eyes or movement of your head, anything else that you can do, suddenly you can do more and more, and then the problem becomes smaller and smaller until there is no problem anymore. So I can see a parallel because you asked me before, which is my work, and I couldn't think. And then I thought the answer, and this is my answer. My answer is the way I'm dealing with problem when I have back pain. I focus on people who are really desperate, and not even operation can help. So they focus on the goods, and suddenly magic happened. So if each one of us do this, the problem becomes so small, and then will be no problem anymore. Like you said, if everyone wearing a badge, we start, I'd stop talking. But I want to add this. Thank you so much, Mr. Kesh, to save my life. And thank you, everyone to be part of this big work. And I'm sure we can turn this into a really good things, and it can be the best things ever happen. And no need to have all these people dying, because it really puzzles me when I speak with my friends, Betty. You know Betty. She knows people in the front line in Italy, and they die. It's like a Holocaust, and there is no need. It's unnecessary. When you said many times, why suffer when it's unnecessary? Life should be to be enjoyed, not to suffer. This is unnecessary. So if we all get together, organize, we're just gonna have very good time and not suffering and be very happy.
Thank you very much. One of our main target in the coming time, once we go through the Iranian television channels and public, is to take these clips from the Iranian television and give it to the national televisions and show the success in Iran, which is standing. At the moment, we are helping thousands. Now that it goes on television channels, people will get it, and it helps millions. You can show it, we try to post it on many channels as they allow us, because these are copyright things. If they allow us from the Iranian televisions to go out, we'll picture it. Since they're teaching it in Iran, why can't we have it here? We will curb the coronavirus in Iran, hopefully during the new year. If we can do it still in the next 3 days, sending people back home and or helping people at home, we will do our best. The whole structure is simple. KF, you're right across the planet. You have to unite to make one nation. You're the seeds of that one nation. Governments will govern, but they'll get inspiration and they get support through Universal Council members. You got to be there to learn to advise your governments, support them, and unite them. One of the biggest worries for governments will be, as I said before, they know that there'll be no borders in Europe because they took all down. So they brought American forces to become a colonization of American or British government. Now this is how Rothschild, through British monarchy, through the American forces, which are owned, will colonize the whole Western Europe. Now you understand why another side, British, supported with a company which Gates owns in England, which makes the corona vaccine suddenly to take shape. We see a bigger picture. As you're aware, Gates own financiers, supporters, majority control share in the background of the vaccination company based in England. And now you understand how British never gave freedom to the Americans. You're still a colony and they use you the way they want. And now that they think they can colonize the rest of the humanity through vaccination and virus, they brought the nest home. And they wanted to be out of Europe in so many ways by getting kicked out that they'll be accepted as the new colony. Colonization by murder. Colonization by bringing virus that they thought they would take the Chinese, and they sorted out with the Americans, with the Iranians, but now has come to roost at their home. Everything with him is micro. As you know, somebody went to his wife, he said, do you know about Microsoft and Bill? She said, yes, I know. Everything with him is micro, even his brain. Now, you got to unite. You got to understand. Teach from each other. Teach to each other. Learn from each other and learn from the Iranian to start setting up teams. Don't worry, people go and say, this is what they said. Tell them, he is fraud. We are real. I'll take all of it because I can handle it. This is what they're using now, that they've seen a solution with the Keshe Foundation to go back to bringing that is being made a fraud in Belgium, not knowing that we know the truth, that this way they can sell their vaccines. When a government gives you vaccine free, it's paid out of the taxes that you paid for. It costs a penny, they sell it for tens of dollars to keep security. Now you understand how the game is played. When a man at this scale moves his head of operation from US to UK, and then you understand why they have sent the 30,000 soldiers to make sure they enforce injections. And Mr. Gates becomes much richer. His biggest problem now is he's not number one anymore. A shopkeeper has become richer than him. But internet shopkeeper. He created the internet and he never understood he can walk to his shop. Gates approached Foundation 12 years ago to buy us out. I told him it's not for sale. We negotiated with his teams in Holland. And it broke apart actually when Red Circle attended the last meeting. And I was wondering what happened. It was a blessing in a way. Belgians didn't want it to go to the Americans, so they destroyed the deal. But now, he'll destroy all of them. They released a virus to become the leaders, and that virus becomes to be their demise. Try to direct people to these videos. We release more videos in CISSEC. And I have asked the Iranian team to start compiling a full paper. I'm writing the scientific paper of it. Dr. Jafari's team are writing the scientific papers on nanotechnology. Dr. Asadi and the team of the Iranian doctors are writing the medical reports. We add into it all the testimonials and we release it to every government. It's just a matter of now we are sitting at home. We better do something positive, and it's the Iranian New Year. The team is totally Iranian based, And we will release a paper on this very soon. I started writing it last night before the telephone call came from a doctor. And the sooner we finish it, the rest of the world will know the truth about Corona and how you can prevent it. The problem is locking it up does not solve the problem. Facing it, protecting yourself is the only solution. You can vaccinate for the lung one, not for the brain one, and the stomach one, and the womb one, and the ovary, and the bone marrow, and the blood. Now you understand how we close the gates to the gates who are trying to rob the world. This technology will evolve. And this is a good test for the coming time for viruses, as we open the space to all of you, that when they come, you know how to handle. Now you understand why we developed the enhancement unit. It's the contamination unit. It's the one which takes all the viruses, brings the body to a balance. And when you come out of it, it's decontaminated. It's literally when you do it, you go into deep sea for a long time, you stay in the decontamination unit. This now takes a few seconds. That they keeps you for hours, depending how long you've been in the depth of the ocean. Now you go into the depth of space, and within a few seconds, you come out up clean, balanced. Are there any questions?
We did have a couple of questions come in. It's about healing reactions when using the GANs. I don't know if you want to get into that right now, or...
What do you mean? For Corona? There is no, we don't heal. The healing is the job of the doctors. We are scientists. We allow the body to process itself. Healing is for the physical doctors. In the space technology process, you balance the energies. And we don't have a doctor healer. All the Keshe Foundation doctors know how to balance energies using the GANs technology.
Well, they call it a healing reaction, and they're asking, can an elevated heart rate be such a healing reaction from using the GANs?
Everything, this is what we say, because there's a lot of energy in it. If you have the high rate of heart, means the virus has entered your heart muscles. That's why you're reacting. This is what we keep on saying. This virus is an energy virus, and it matches it. We've seen with the doctor in Iran, they take every 24 hours, they go through a heart attack condition for 4 hours, and then it goes. But next time, it gets worse till the heart has nothing else to give and gives up and they die. If you have a higher rate of heartbeat, if you have an open heart surgery, if you have any pacemakers, any stent, and anything operation done, open heart surgeries, you are advised not to use the GANs direct. Create an environment of the room that you're continuously in it, not directly use. But if you have no condition and then you use the GANs water to spray, if you have it and you get that, it means your heart is already calcifying. That's why you're showing this reaction to it. In the tissues of the lung, you feel the pressure. In the brain, you feel the pressure. The way Stefania was telling us how she felt with her stomach, you feel the pain. So, and the same thing when you spray it on your ovaries and your womb, you feel shock, because before you had the shock, but you didn't know, oh, it's not my period, I'm 70, how come my ovaries suddenly start acting? Because it's the virus, it is calcifying. And calcification is like putting a salt on a wound, you move, so scratches, the body has to respond to it. So when you use the GANs, if you have a responds to it, means that tissue is infected. It's already started calcifying. But the calcification, even in a state you can see it, because you create an environment of the GANs with it. If you remember, go back to the teaching of original teaching when I explained the cup. I explained something because you don't have a knowledge of science of this technology, you don't understand. I explained that when you have the three, in the action of these, you produce magnesium. Calcium and magnesium are of the same strength. So this water cup has the strength to match the salt, the strength of magnesium or calcium, and can open it up. This is why it's effective. We match bird with birds, lions with lions, and wolves with the wolves. This wolf has the salt capability of the calcium. With this, with magnesium, choice of magnesium, the way I've done it, is not only you, in a way, open the energy of the calcium, but you use the magnesium to connect the soul and the physicality together. This cup will take millions of years for man to understand what I gave you. Those of you who use a straight zinc and a straight copper plates and whatever, they say the system doesn't answer so good as the others, because I designed specifically the spiral system. Each one covers a spectrum of the field forces. The same on the other side. You divert, make deviation from what I give you, it's your decision. And then in this process, you create magnesium. You use flat everything, sorry. And then you say it doesn't work so good because you don't listen. You make your own variation and your own thing. It's the freedom of the man. I make. You followed my way, understood the technology the way it's done, you get 100% success. Because when I make things, I calculate a lot of things which you have no knowledge of. This has one bandwidth. If the bandwidth of the coronavirus is this, you missed it. With this, somewhere here or even here, it could be for the heart, it could be for the lung, it could be for the intestines, or boom, I covered it. You're a snooker. Make as many versions as you like. Because till you don't know it, you don't learn it. When I make a MagRaf system, I produce 1 megawatt of energy. When you lot, the way we taught you in the MagRaf teaching, you follow, but you don't understand, you say it doesn't work. Because you didn't understand it. So as you don't understand, follow the teacher's teaching. And don't forget, and I keep on telling you, I am the Messiah. You will soon understand. But in this process, you're the Messiah of your soul. I am the Messiah of my soul. But at the same time, my soul is responsible for yours to teach. Follow my way. And you will succeed. Create your own versions and whatever. Have I ever stopped you for past 5 years making MagRaf coils and everything else? No, you will never get results because you never understood the technology. Those who follow my work. They make 1,000 and 10,000 volts and everything else as they wish. When I trust the man, I give him the knowledge of God. He has to trust his own soul and stay loyal. Those who betrayed me, they betrayed themselves. Look what happened. The Italian community allowed the people who run the Italian factory to betray us and to tell you're very clever. Now the factory is closed, your nation is paying for it, but that factory should have been there to support you. And those who did it, now they pay with the lives of their family, their children, and everything else. They thought they're clever, they stole from the foundation, and they went to brag about it. Now your nation is dying because of your stupidity. And you know something? You're not worth spending time on. Follow the procedure of the springs. As I taught you before, this covers the variation between the two sides. This connects you to your physicality. This connects you to the air and water. And this connects you to the water and the water. You will understand. These are set in a specific way. The soul takes the position of the center. And the soul of physicality has to take its own dimension. And the two will run a beautiful system. Understand it. The Keshe Foundation team in the background has made, and the Keshe Wiki, a very long time. They've been working the past couple of weeks, making a detailed information, what to do, what not to do. And they finish about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, as I said before. Go to Keshe Wiki and learn everything. All the questions you want, they will correct it. They need some whatever. As Lisa, the member of the Earth Council, wrote to me this morning, you know your people in the Keshe Wiki and everything, they're writing English, but they're not English, they don't understand. Can somebody give me access to go and make it English? Lisa, yes we can, but the good thing is because they write the English like the other 80% of the world who English is not their first language, they all understand it the good way. For you, the English speaking, it looks a little bit odd. But as my second son was telling me, and Caroline a few weeks ago, he came and he sat in between us, actually came in bed and lied between us, says, do you know what's wrong with you, Mom and Dad? He speaks Farsi and all the Iranians understand him. And that's why they follow so quick. But when he speaks English, he speaks the Iranian English language. And you don't understand it because you speak Belgium speaking language of the English. So you two always have a problem. They think you speak English, but you don't actually understand the whole thing behind it. And me, as born and bred in England, I understand your problem, but you don't see it. Change the name of the son to Lisa. Exactly, that's where the problem is. The non-English are writing the Wikipedia, and the beauty of it is the non-English are reading it and understanding it so perfectly. But this new link on Wiki regarding the Cup of Life is very thorough. They worked very heavy on it. Everything they could imagine they have covered on making it, using it, everything else. Thank you very much to the team who worked so hard. They were at it till 3, 4 o'clock this morning as well. They've been doing it for a couple of weeks. Now it's finished and it still needs a lot of things to be added. We will be taken off. And if you need it, if you've got a problem with making a cup, direct everybody to Keshe Wiki. Keshe Wiki is independent, belongs to the foundation, and it's not like Wikipedia, which is paid by the paymasters of the Rothschild family. As I said, if you go on a Kesh wiki, you find something about Mehran Kesh. If you go on the Wikipedia, I've been deleted. They put the picture of one of the most famous world, what I call women of pleasure, on the Wikipedia, but a leading world scientist cannot be there because he's been paid as a donation to make sure nothing happens. We can rob them through the company in England that we can sell vaccines. And now I don't think Wikipedia should be independent, as they claim, foundation, or has to be taken off. That if they do this to me, how many other scientists have come up with the new technology and knowledge which are blocking the same? Wikipedia should be taken off the internet because it's another way of controlling. It's become peer review control that they can sell their technologies. This man has to be put away and its foundation to be closed because he has become keeping people in a backward state till they can rob, infect them, and put them in a place. And as we will see, we'll shut Wikipedia down in a very proper manner through their own way when people realize it has become another tool for those who want to control humanity. As I said, in a very simple English language, house of pleasure for the men who wear handkerchiefs with the different colors in their pocket. If you understand the word and the language, if you're an Englishman. You can see it is very thorough. They teach everything. They spend hours doing this. You know why it's so precise and pedantic? It's done by a German. What do you expect? He spent a lot of time doing it. Thank you very much. He's been thoroughly done. You can see even how the knife is held, how you strip it. This is German precision, and the whole of the Keshe Foundation team. The spend on it to do it is very, very thorough. Very, very thorough. Thank you very much for the whole team. I don't think you can get it wrong. And you don't need any languages. You can translate it, Google Translate it directly on the line. You see, he even shows you how you like the match. Who will do this such a thing except a German? Thank you very much. Any other question?
There seems to always be more questions, Mr. Keshe. We've got a couple more here in the Q&A. Skywalker asks, is it possible to use CuO2 in a dry state?
We advise you no, not for this case.
And he says, when I fill CuO2 with water, it turns blue after a while. That's normal?
What turns blue?
He says when he fills the CuO2 with water, it turns blue after a while.
Yeah, what turns blue? The gas or the water? It's because when you dry it, the particles take part of the shape of the matter state. So as they find magnetic field positioning, they cover the whole space. That's why we advise you not to. You can't get a clean water so easy from it. I want to show you something you understand. I took these pictures yesterday or the day before as I was doing something. And it is fantastic. If you understand it, answers this question. Maybe God knew I'm going to answer you this way. I'm going to share it.
Echo there, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, because my phone is near you. I'm using two systems now. One is the pad, all right. Let me show you something very interesting. This is a true picture of universe and positioning, magnetic field positioning. And it's so physical, you see so easily. When I was doing it, it was an amazing way. I thought, I've seen this in the galaxy. I have to show them here. I've seen these in the universe. don't forget, I'm a traveler of it. So for me, it's very natural. Ah, Caroline, you didn't take the video. Oh my God.
What? You need
said,
something?
they're gonna let me into the meeting. I got kicked out of the meeting. No, I'm gonna come back. No, it's okay. You know the video we took from the universe? You didn't press the button, did you? It's not recorded. It says leave the meeting. Why can't I join the meeting?
Where are you?
Oh, I'm in my clothes somewhere teaching. Wait, I'm coming in.
You need something.
No, you don't have it. I'm back. But the video we took with the machine is not there because you haven't. Maybe it's in my videos. I'll check. But I want to show you something. This is very interesting for you to watch. This is exact shape of universe and the ganses. You see these? The shape of the container is like the universe. I'm going to go to it because I made it that way. You see that? And you see how the yolks have spaced each other, even doesn't matter how we do. There's some under, some over with the same space gap. And you see one yolk broken up on the left. It's like a galaxy opening, leaving energy. This is a copy of a GANS material in your water. The ganses space gap each other. You cannot bring them close to each other. And when you look at it, it's very much explanation of ganses in your water and explanation of the universe. It's oval shape. And when you look close, doesn't matter how many galaxies we put in, how many ganses we put in, they keep their space gap. And according to how they are, you see the one underneath in the middle is lower, but it still has the same space gap, and the ones under it. And this is how your ganses and the universe interact. If you look on the top of the picture, you see this very easily. Where you see this gap, they don't touch, they take a shape, a space gap. You see this gap, you see the gap underneath. This is, if you look here, there is a flat indentation, but the other one keeps. They take consideration of all the yolks around them. And for a scientist like me, when I see these things, I say, my God, it's so easy to explain. And you see this. It's a few seconds later, but still they cannot touch. And you can see it. It's the best way I can explain. And the water goes through these gaps where you see the white of the egg is the way it comes up. The water goes through these gaps, and the space gap, they're magnetic field wise. And I have to go and see. I cannot share videos. It's a problem. I don't know how to share videos. The webmaster doesn't teach me. I go back. Favorite. Recent. Oh, that's why my system does not allow videos to be shown, so it doesn't give me the videos. But I'll show you how Galaxy is made because I created it. It's videoed, and we can show you how
I can allow panelists to play video, and maybe that'll help.
This is for camera.
I don't know. It's very interesting. Yes, it's here. It's in the video. I've got a video of it. But how can I share my video with you not on the Zoom? And the Zoom doesn't allow my videos to come in. I'll send you this, Rick, and you can play it. I cannot play. Otherwise, I'll play. You have later on, Stanley, you can fix this. Tell me how to do it. If he can play, I should be able to play too. Sending you 2 videos. This is how the gases do, and in so many ways, the other video is the work of the universe when we get movement of fields, and then you can see how, as we call it, principle and transition, and others work very fast, as let's say 1 million kilometers an hour, and the whole process will go. Have you received it?
Yes.
2 videos.
Yeah. Okay.
You must have made a beautiful scrambled eggs there with all those eggs.
Oh, we make everything you can imagine. Just don't leave me in the kitchen, as Caroline says. When I want to think, I go in the kitchen. Inspiration comes from the boiling and the cooking and mixing. Okay, you got this one. You can play it. You see,
Excuse me, Kenny?
you see it? It's very short. Just 3 seconds.
Excuse me, Kenny?
Okay, now play the next one. This is playing kitchen scientist. You see all those bubbles are like viruses, have no matter in, but they carry energy of the space cap. Just watch how the universe goes.
This is how universe rotates and how we see things.
Eggs go in and come out.
Of the other end. But as you rotate, some get mixed up. And if you look at it, this is exactly the same. Beautiful, huh? This is what we see in the universe. So it gets muddled up.
You see in the middle,
universes, galaxies which come out of the other end, and you can see them.
and what is interesting, when you look in the center of the mixer, is hollow. It's a black hole. See it? Nothing in it. But it has all the energy to turn. And all those peppers as little black holes in the universe. They're everywhere. They move. This is a beautiful presentation of universes. When you stand outside the universe and you look in, this is what you see. And it brought so many memories back. I watched this so many times. It's like through the soul. You say, my God, it's there. Look at the black hole in the middle. And it moves. And you see universes, galaxies go in and come out of the other intact. And some of them get entangled. They still come. This shows how Stephen Hawking was so wrong. It's amazing. Simple explanation, simple system. We can show a lot. But I got fed up. I just put some milk in it and I stirred it up and it was gone. You see it, they come out. Nothing is destroyed. If the balance of the energy is, there's a, what they call a center point, a principal point in every galaxy. And then there is a center point in every universe. And there's a center point in the unicorns. And that center point is the soul of the creator. So simple. When you decide stop turning it, all comes to an end. But you still have universes working. You see, when you stop it, there's still yokes running around. It's magic. Next
By
time
the
I have.
looks of it, you put some Worcestershire shawls in there.
No, I don't use that. That's not in this. Worcester sauce is only for tomato sauce. Or I like it that way, put it that way. But if you look, there's a lot of black hole on the edge. You get mixed up, you still see galaxies still alive, universe is alive, and you see that black hole in the center. This is what CERNs can never do, what I do in the pot. Much more effective and very direct. CERN's kitchen laboratory. Doesn't matter you turn it left or right, you see it. Universes keep a space. You see, they still have a space. They jam up, they separate. And in some points, you see two have worked together. You see two yolks jump together. They created a link to each other and they can escape together. In part of the video, you see it. Now you understand nothing stops with Corona, with the Keshe Foundation. It is still in a way of proving this technology, building up and doing a lot of work in the background. Thank you very much. You can take it up. Is there any other question?
We had someone with their hand up for quite some time here, so perhaps we can allow Swadoslav to have his question.
Thank you, Rick. Hello, Mr. Keshe and everybody else. I have one question.
Who are you? Where are you from? Please.
Sorry. Svetsav is my name. I'm from Bulgaria. As you probably know, the corona hit us in the past week. We have prepared 250 reactors to be put in make one cup, one life. I have one question. Can I make a dynamic reactor which radiates nano coating plasma field instead of the coil, the nano coil?
No, you cannot use at this moment any dynamic cores which you think might help or do something with Corona. This is, we said many times, this thing changes energy and you create more what they call deviation into it.
Because I create few months ago ganses with that kind of situation with the dynamic reactor and without the coils, only let's say a copper plate in the salt water.
Yes, we do that already. That can be done.
Yeah,
that's nothing new. But we do not. No way.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It has to have a structural soul. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Perhaps, sorry, go ahead.
Carry on.
I was going to say there's one other question in the Q&A. Maybe you can address from Hassan, who says, hello, Mr. Keshe. I want to know if you know someone involved in plasma technology in Senegal. The capital of Dakar is going to be sprayed on Sunday. All markets will be closed. The whole city's going into confinement on Monday.
Sprayed with what? Yeah, we have a guy from Senegal. He used to be here. What was his name?
Maybe that was Hassan.
No, that's the other Hassan. I thought it's the Hassan from, what do you call it? From Keshe Foundation in USA.
It's Hassan Halal.
Halal. Oh, is that Hassan? Yeah, I thought, yes, we know a guy who's there. That's him. There's nothing he can do.
He says he started his first cup, which is producing a beautiful GANs, yesterday with 5 locals of a village not far from the capital. And we're watching and learning.
This is what you got to do. Yeah, this is, there's not much you can do. Nations are in a desperate position. You're going to spray it, but there is something else. What about the GANs which is in the freezer and it comes out when you open the door? What about the one which sits on the meat, which is not there? What about inside the house when you close the door? This is another stupidity by governments. Chinese lock people in, these people stray people in. And then it becomes more intense. But don't forget, there is no knowledge, it's a desperation trying. And this is what I tell you, is in Africa, heavily. Is this theory of temperature, heat will go away, is another way, just cover you for another 4 or 6 weeks. Maybe we find the solution, says, oh, sorry, we didn't know. They already know. Senegal. What's the temperature of Senegal today? Dakar or Conakry? Can somebody look? Just tell us what is the temperature of Conakry or Dakar? Both beautiful cities. Can anybody tell us?
25 degrees at the moment.
Where, Dakar or Conakry?
Dakar, Senegal.
And how much is Conakry?
Conakry in Senegal or?
Yeah.
Conakry is in Guinea.
Guinea. How much is Conakry? $25?
First, I need to, if anybody knows how to spell. I'm rolling down to Senegal to see.
No, good. Just put Conakry with K or with C, depends which side you take it.
Yeah. There is a lot of cities on K. Concaine. On which part of Senegal is this?
Just go Conakry.
Yeah, it doesn't take this way. The curry is
now I'm looking for a temperature for you.
Okay.
Guinea Conakry is not in Senegal. Conakry, Guinea is a country of its own.
It sounds so. Okay, I think I'm trying to find a temperature there. Temperature. 32
okay.
degrees.
Yeah, 32 degrees in Conakry, Guinea. Yeah.
Yes. And now they have viruses on both sides. The wisdom that when it gets warm over 20 degrees goes doesn't exist, does it? And if you travel as many times as I've done to Africa, if you can fly from Paris or Brussels, both airlines, they go usually Banjul, Conakry, Dakar, back. So the airline sometimes goes Banjul, Conakry, or go Dakar, Conakry, back up to Banjul to Europe. And this is a daily flight. And you can imagine how much the Italians have taken, how much is brought back. These two flights usually take. Originally, Sabina used to do it. When Sabina went bankrupt years ago, I was on a flight and the airline went bankrupt. When we landed in Conakry, the people put the pallets to get the loads out, and then it flies to Banjul, and then it goes to Dakar, or they fly in that pattern, one of them first, second. And they bring everything. When you get on this flight, the first thing they do when they close the door is the air hostesses go from the back to the front with the sprays, spraying everything right away down. You get the whack of, you don't know what it is in your lung, because they say they want to kill viruses. I wonder now we can spray cancers right across when the air hostesses walk. And in Senegal, Dakar or Conakry, most probably Banjul has been hit the same. It means Africa and the temperature is already out of the window. We've seen it with Brazil. So this virus is going to stay in summer in Europe, because many countries, maybe 1 or 2 days or a week, they go over 30 degrees. And below that, throws the window out, that this thing is going to go away in summer. My biggest fear, as I said before, is this is a strand, single strand connected. It's most probably connected to the oxygen side of the double string on the carbon side of the amino acid, which we can see clearly could be, or at the moment is connected to the single carbon. If he jumps to the double carbon connection, then we see the behavior of double stranded, because it has to be equal connection, and then it becomes deadly, absolutely deadly, because it's connected to the oxygen of the amino acid, highly gravitational, takes life and soul, death very rapid. And the heat will not do anything with it, because the carbon needs magnetic field to change in the diamond position, and the heat does not do that unless it's over something like 2,000 to 3,000 degrees. In some cases much lower. This is how the carbon changes to diamond in the eruptions of volcanic eruptions. But now this is a plasma. You need a different dimension. Around about 37 to 39 degrees, down about 41 degrees in the plasmatic condition, that insulation comes into operation. That's why when you have a high temperature fevers, you get the loss and disconnection, and you get all the damages. That's why they don't like it to go over 42 degrees, because the GANs disintegrates in dimension and becomes dynamically isolated. So the only way we might see that this virus might leave the body of the man is temperatures over 40 degrees to 50, 55 degrees. And then we lose brain cells. If it's prolonged and it goes internal, we can tolerate 50 degrees outside, but inside, central core keeps itself cool. So this virus will be with us throughout the summer in one form or the other, and mutates. And if it mutates, then and the mutation of it will come, most probably it'll go from the strongest to the weakest. Now it connects from the strings of the oxygen, will definitely jump to nitrogen. Then, as we've seen, some of the plants will start responding, and the virus will go into plants. When you have a strength connection on the oxygen side of the hemoglobin, in the dynamic form of the plasma, you connect to humans, to flesh, or what we call horizontal. When it moves to the nitrogen side, it goes to the plantation and all the greens and what we call vertical people. And then that's a mutation we are waiting for. We've seen this mutation with the people who have corona in their stomach and everything has come through this channel. But when oxygen and the nitrogen corona line links up, it'll take the soul. And one of the reasons we keep on advising, please use as much as you can, because then this a different dimension will appear. And mankind does not want to see that. This is why we told you the stomach version has come through the nitrogen strand, is moved. And President World of Science has no knowledge of this, and there is ignorance is what we call flat pancake.
Mr. Cash?
Yes.
Good day, Mr. Cash. Jalal here.
Yes, Mr. Jalal, from Iraq.
From Iraq, yes.
Yes, how come the Iraqi Keshe Foundation Corona team is so thin?
Just wait, just wait.
Or have you become all immune by the amount of bombs they dropped on you? You got so much of it, you become immune with the sulfur and the phosphorus.
Just wait 1 week. It will surprise you.
I'm not surprised. I hope we can be a good surprise. We can help you.
Yeah.
I set it up for you to be helped.
Yes, Mr. Cash, I know that. We are working on it, and it's not only it will be Iraq, it will be all the Arabic nation. And
we have one. We have one Arabic. We have. I was requested by a Universal Council member to open one for Saudi Arabia, Algeria, Morocco, Syria, Iraq, and because you all speak Arabic, but different understanding of.
Yeah, we are in it this with the Universal Council, Jamila.
Yeah.
Yes, they are coming. They are joining. So in parallel, they are preparing the Telegram, all this connection stuff to join. So we are expecting people to join very soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now you see, I don't have 24 hours. It's not enough. I work 20 hours a day. And I say to people, I've got to rest. Okay, carry on.
We support you, Mr. Cash, all the way.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Cash, someone sent me a link. He wants to put it in the Arabic cache. This link said that in the news, a nanotech Italian company which developed a nanotech material to sterilize the surfaces, and it will contain itself to 2 years without any intervention of anyone. And this guy, he's asking me, is that a GANs or something else?
We do not know. We got to see what it is. If it's a surface, it's we don't know. There are a lot of nanotechnologies. And a lot of Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers have turned things into their name, and they're trying to break into the countries to help. We welcome it. If it is part of our work and they are expanding it, that's what we did with the Chinese. You all are there. You're welcome to evolve it to yours. As long as you bring it to the Keshe Foundation connection, that gives us a strength internationally. That's the whole purpose. And we've seen it in, they call it quantum, they call it nanoplasma, they call it everything not connected, but they can't get a patent on it. This is the biggest problem with the Keshe Foundation work. The way Red Circle wrote these patents, he closed it in a way that nobody can get in it. Now nobody can do anything with it.
He said they are now working with it in Milano. I think Milano or yeah, Milan.
They are all over the place. The Germans are doing it. The Keshe Foundation, Austria is negotiating in different ways. They have to unite with EU. This is what I wanted to do a long time ago. All the Keshe Foundation teams, and the first thing they say, there is something I have to bring to your attention. Some of the top people in health government organizations have taken a huge bribe from vaccine companies. And they are not doing anything for that to come in, because once it's applied, they get paid their paycheck. This is the biggest problem you have. You go to governments and the minister will not sign, will not approve, because he's already pre-arranged. You see, when Gates started doing this, he bought all the key people. And one of the big checks has gone to the guy who went to India. You wait to see how much vaccines will try to go into US, into India. But Indians have a very bad experience with Gates, or what he did before, so they're going to get hit worse. These vaccinations carry huge amount of magnesium, mercury, and aluminum, and lead in the construction, the way he did with the 3Ms. He wants to control humanity. We are dealing with one of the most sadist man God ever created. People don't understand. I understand his mentality. I see what he's trying to do. That's why last Friday I went for him. He realized, he jumped. But he cannot jump his soul. I got him and I'm going to bring him back to his knees. You know, if I can show you some videos from Iran. One of the support teams responded to a call about 10, 11 o'clock at night home. And he was on the line to me. And then he said, Mr. Keshe, I have this, I'm on the way out to give another. He walked into a house. A boy of about on the sofa, lying, dying, literally. Couldn't breathe. What we could do was to give him the standard unit of the breathing system, the spray and the water. And the first thing we wanted to know how bad it is. This I didn't know when it was happening. So this is what we saw live, because I was online and just seeing the videos. That he couldn't hold the 10 seconds. He was coughing as the standard, what we call initials. This is about 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago. And we wanted him to hold his nose and see. He couldn't hold even seconds. We have it videoed. I have it. I got to dig it out. And then we said, all the volunteers said to her, boy, you spray him all the time. They gave him the procedure, and this immaculate job. He was amazing, because we got some videos. He was sending us videos. He says to his dad, breathe now, stop. I have to send it. You do it. And then we didn't hear anything. I said to the team guy, I said, can you go and see what's the position with this guy? What happened to him? Because we could see the videos and suddenly it stopped after 2-3 days. So they go to the house. In this video, I put it on, and ask him, how is that? So, oh, he's perfect. He's eating now. He's after 2-3 days, past 3-4 days, he's eating. There is no problem. And then he says, but is he getting his chemo? I asked the team, what is this chemo? What is he taking chemo? Has he got a cancer? He says, no. He said, one of the reasons these people we see getting a lot of it, these are the people who were in the Iraq-Iran war. And Americans gave the chemicals in the name of Saddam to kill as many Iranians as possible. And many of these people have survived up to now by using chemo tablets. What we use for chemotherapy is the only thing that allows the lung to breathe. And it was strange. What I said to him, can you ask that all we know, any of the Keshe Foundation team work across Iran, because there were soldiers that all were from front line, and American gave a gift of the same as we'll see the virus to there that time. And I want to see if we carrying on, they're carrying the use of the gases, if in the next 2 or 3 months we can withdraw the chemo tablets, because this is a life situation. You know, when you're a scientist like the yoke you saw, I saw an opportunity. So now we are testing to see if we can use the gas technology on chemo instead of chemo tablets, and these people don't need it anymore, the recovery of the lung. But this brought a very, very harsh memory. Americans in the war, 1980s, gifted a lot of chemicals to Saddam to hit Iranians. And then they used the same chemical they gave him, because they thought he still got some left, as an excuse to go to Iraq, that he has a chemical weapon. It was the ones they gave it to him to hit the Iranians. But Saddam used all of it on the Iranians, so he had none. He never had a chemical plant. It was what the Americans gifted to him. Like the way the beautiful John Paul and the Vatican bought all the 9 million leftover landmines, and they gifted to Saddam to put the mine across Iran to kill as many as possible. The whole world, the Vatican, the West got together in the Iran-Iraq war, supported and gave everything free to Saddam to change the Iranian nation. They didn't succeed. At the end, they came on the negotiation. Exactly what you saw 4 or 6 weeks ago in Iraq. Before Saddam gets defeated and Iran right goes through Basra and Baghdad, that they let him be there, but they accept a lot of defeats and a lot of compensation. This is not the second time Americans have been wiped well, but they're backside by the Iranians. But what is interesting is that we are, after 40 years, we are still paying for the lung damages created by the chemicals American gifted, and then they accused it because they thought it's got a barrel left, but they used all of it in Iranian. In the south of Iran, we pay daily basis, weekly basis, for the 9 million gifts given by the Pope to Saddam to landmine the Iranians. He received the gift and he didn't know what to do with it. He landmined the whole border. Now in Iraq and Iran border, when the storms and the season rain comes, these landmines give the Pope, goes down the road, and in Iraq border, in Iran border, hundreds of children and people. There was no mine playing the football ground. Now there's a mine because of the storm or whatever came down. Now you understand why Vatican has to go. The Pope said he'll be the last one to make sure that will happen. And then return the marbles of Vatican back to Colosseum. That's a promise I made. You will see very soon. And now we're learning from these opportunities. We will see more how these things will change, how we can use these opportunities to bring a new understanding, a new peace, and new technologies, new ways, and we have to welcome them, if it is, but the ones who do it have to bring it up. This nanotechnology, the way we use copper with the material, the way you fire, is used by all the electronics companies. They have developed a way exactly like ours. They use our technology and they pick up layers by layers, and you see new nanomaterials will appear in the market. I've seen it, they've shown it to me. 2 of them were major microchip companies are using it, because when they told me this is your technology, I said, bless you, use it. It's nice. But it's the way we see it. The nanotechnology, especially copper, creates a field because the muscle tissue of the man is made by copper. So it should be no surprise for you that when you use nano coppers. It connects. This is what we do with the GANS water. We spray on your body from heart lower. So it's good. We brought the technology for mankind. We own it through the Creator. And man is so stupid that he thinks he can own everything and steal it. I brought you a gift from a Creator, and you created a theft by it, so you should not be there. And we'll see. But it has to be. It's a new technology. It's a new understanding. And you have to understand how it comes and the way it comes. It has a nano field as you put a copper coil, nano coat in the middle. The strength bandwidth of the tissue of the man, which is made by copper. Now you understand why. But yours is 1 or 2. The muscle tissue is billions of it, so you're weaker. So you try to give it to you, you strip it. And that's what it is. In many, many advanced hospitals, they use copper in the operating room clean rooms. Because now you understand, it doesn't accept germs because it's as a field of it, it rejects it. And the germs stay outside because they have, what do you call it, bandwidth of amino acid, which a carbon creates a condition of it. It's a double oxygen. If you go 43 plus 1 oxygen, which is a combination of amino acid of the, what we call oxygen connected, is 5960, which is copper. Now you understand. Any other question? We are going on for nearly 5.5 hours. 15 minutes. Is there any question about Corona? Otherwise we stop. I'm an old man and 5 hours solid.
Mr. Kashi, just want to warn people about the CH3, the one you told me.
Yes, okay, thank you very much, Universal Council member. Please make sure you don't use any CH3. If you have any CH3, remove it from the house or let it go down the toilet. You can always make it again. But a lot of you make ganses with a copper and it goes yellow like a CH3. It is this means your cup has not got enough more oxygen to link up with the gans of copper you're releasing from the plate, so it stays the color plate. When you add some water or air into it, it'll go green. Or is a higher energy oxygen, will go white towards the zinc strength of the copper. So a lot of people say, is this CH3? I don't have. If you have used zinc in your side and not the steel on your, what do you call it, zinc side, you should get, sometimes you do get CH3 look like, but it's actually gans of the, it's a different color. It's more towards the yellow, CH3 yellowish color. That is the gans of CuO. At the strength of the atom is actually atomic, real atomic, not molecular atomic. We have an atomic gans, which is the pure material when there is a lack of oxygen. And then we have a what I call gans atomic, which is molecular atomic, which is CuO. It's 2 elements, but in 1 cell, so it still is atomic. This atom, to me, as a nuclear physicist, is a singularity. And in the world of chemistry, you have a what you call binds. You put a oxygen and a let's say 2 oxygen and let's say hydrogen in a place of let's say water, or you put 2 hydrogen as different way. In the plasma is different. We have the oxygen and we have 2 different strength hydrogens. So in physical matter, you're a molecule because it's a combination. In a plasma, we are still single plasma, so we call it single atom of the H2O. This is the plasmatic representation of it. This is a matter representation of it. And then, for example, when you get a single hydrogen or single oxygen, when there is a lack of the other, you get a different color. So this is atomic GANs. This is molecular atomic GANs. Because it's inside each other, they don't stick away each other. It's all as one. And as you saw with the paper submitted by the Iranian scientists, Mr. Jafari and Dr. Rashwan last week, we see different combination of it according to the strength. The engineer, Mr. Jafari and Dr. Rashwan will submit new papers in the coming days, scientific papers through one of the most famous nano research centers in the world. So in the progress. Thank you very much for your work, husband and wife. Of course, as you know, Mrs. Dr. Rashwan is the sister of Dr. Rashwan in the Universal, what do you call it, in the Earth Council. A highly educated family. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kash, what about deuterium and tritium? What we have? Should we?
You don't produce deuterium. Deuterium, you have no problem. Tritium, you better move from the room. At the moment, we don't want to make available any energies to extend the life of the GANs.
Okay, thank you.
It is, you might need it if you keep it away. When it comes to the feeding part, if you get desperate for food, we show you a way that this will lead to creation of energy. But at the moment, we're trying, when you're safe from the virus and you're hungry, I'll show you a way to feed yourself. But keep your things, keep them away at this moment of time from the environment where you live. Can we call it a day? We're trying to extend these coronaviruses. I would like to thank the Iranian Keshe Foundation team that have taken the lead in taking humanity out of this dilemma, this disaster. I would like to thank Mrs. Mohammadi. It is her and her team solid work 24 hours a day. And we give you, once the links are allowed to be published by the Iranian different channels like the Hamadan and Ahwaz, where they allow us to go public with it internationally. We will release it internationally that you can give to your nations, to your television stations. This is how the Iranians are handling it. And it's done. Because it's not enough time to go to universities. There's time to do the public teaching. And it's time for the technology to be able to support humanity, and they're doing it in Iran. And then you can tell them, it's done in Iran, we want to be taught here with us. And then at the same time, as I said, I've asked the support to be ready to travel to every corner of this planet to protect one nation, one planet, one race. Thank you very much. See you next week.
Thank you, Mr. Kish. Thank you very much. And thanks to everyone for your questions today and interactions and presentations. This has been the 320th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, March 19th, 2020. Any questions that are remaining, you can carry them over till the next workshop or send them in via the link that you'll see in our social media for questions. And we've posted the link for the new description for the One Cup, One Life multiple times for people that keep asking questions. And we try to refer them to that, which is the latest information on how to make it and how to use it. Okay, thanks everyone. We'll see you in the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace on Tuesday, coming up next week at the usual times. And thank you everybody for attending today. Bye for now.
The Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate. Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.